Father, thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon these you love and have called to guide our state. I pray each one would know that your love and concern for them is eternal, consistent, and unconditional. As each interacts with their colleagues today, I pray for a spirit of unity and mutual respect, regardless of political persuasion or personal desires. We're all created in your image and have the unique ability to be a person of truth and integrity, or even one of deceit or personal gain. Help all in this chamber to mirror their Creator and be the person of decency and honor you have created them to be. I lift all those in our midst who help things to go so smoothly and with order. Thank you for our Sergeant of Arms, our clerks, our aides, pages, and all the support personnel. Even though their labor can be overlooked at times and taken for granted, I know you are personally aware of their daily contributions. Bless them, I pray. I'm reminded of your words when you were instructing us about helping others. You said, I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in, naked and you clothed me. And many will ask in those days, when did we do these things? And you'll answer and say, as you did it for others, you did it as if it were actually me, your Creator, you were doing it for. So I pray for those also absent today from our midst due to sickness or personal difficulties. I pray your favor and grace might rest upon them. Now, Lord, I pray your blessings upon these who will now engage in the work of our good state. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Have all the members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. House Bill 2510 is withdrawn from the Committee on Appropriations and referred to the Committee on Judiciary. House Bill 2189 is withdrawn from the Committee on Appropriations and referred to the Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care. House Bill 2521 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2731 is withdrawn from the Committee on Education and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2749 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2648 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2800 is withdrawn from the Committee on Appropriations and referred to the Committee on Agriculture. House Bill 2582 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2665 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2781 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2790 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2676 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 2526 is withdrawn from the Committee on Water and referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2353 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Care and Treatment Act for Mentally Ill Persons, increasing the time allowed for an
Final action. Members will be in their seats.
continued treatment order, adding criteria to determine when outpatient treatment may be ordered.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2353. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Weigel votes aye. Representative McDonald votes aye. Representative Goddard votes aye. Representative Thomas votes aye. Does any other member desire to change their vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2353, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2483 by the Committee on Legislative Post-Audit. An act concerning audits relating to the Legislative Division of Post-Audit, eliminating the requirement for such division to conduct a recurring 911 implementation audit and a recurring Kansas Public Employees Retirement System audit, limiting recurring economic development incentive audits to new programs providing more than $50,000 of annual incentives that have not previously been audited and have been recommended for review by the House or Senate Commerce Committees.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2483. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Representative Humphries votes aye. Are there any other further changes of votes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2483, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2484 by Representative Susan Ruiz. An act concerning the behavioral sciences relating to social work, enacting the social work licensure compact to provide interstate practice privileges, requiring applicants for social work licensure to submit a criminal history record check, authorizing the Behavioral Science Regulatory Board to establish a fee for a license with a compact practice privileges.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2484. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Estes votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2484, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2487 by Representatives Hoheisel, Alcala, Probst, and Proctor. An act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to controlled substances, providing immunity from prosecution for certain drug crimes when persons seek or provide medical assistance related to the use of a controlled substance.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2487. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2487, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
Substitute for House Bill 2512 by the Committee on Elections. An act concerning elections relating to advanced voting ballots, requiring county election officers to provide at least 4 hours of advance in-person voting on the Saturday before an election, providing that after January 1, 2025, if such ballots are cast in person, they be received in the county election office by 7 p.m. on the Sunday preceding the election.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2512. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Delperdang votes aye. Representative Carr votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 97 having voted in favor and 23 against the passage of House Bill 2512, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2516 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning elections, raising the number of signatures required for nomination petitions for independent candidates for statewide office, eliminating the ability of independent candidates for statewide office to pay a filing fee.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2516. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on HB 2516. I was strongly opposed to the independent candidate who ran for governor in the last election, and I endorsed the Republican nominee for governor. However, I don't believe that this bill is the correct way to solve this problem. I believe that we should implement runoff elections instead. If we were to implement a runoff election system, we would solve this problem without disenfranchising independent candidates.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Luis Ruiz votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 68 having voted in favor and 52 against the passage of House Bill 2516, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2523 by the Committee on Transportation, an act concerning driver's licenses relating to farm permits, allowing farm permit holders beginning at age 15 to drive to and from religious activities held by any religious organization.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2523. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster.
We vote against House Bill 2523 as currently written due to the fact that this is viewed as being anti-agriculture, which agriculture is the largest industry in the state of Kansas. We cannot support a bill that targets agriculture in Kansas. Representatives Waymaster, Adam Smith, Hoffman, Rajes, Mosier, White, Blue, Sywert, Murphy, and Concanon.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Clifford votes no. Representative Barth votes no. Representative Wassinger votes no. Representative Potter Parshall votes no. Representative Epley votes no. Representative Droege votes no. Representative Schmoy votes no. Representative Blex votes no. Representative Dodson votes no. Representative Berquist votes no. Representative Butler votes no. Representative Lewis votes no. Representative Hill votes no. Representative Younger votes no. Representative Sanders votes no. Representative Wagner votes no. Representative Corbett votes no. Representative Woodard votes no. Representative Vic Miller votes no. Representative Tarwater votes no. Representative Roth votes no. Representative Mon votes no. Representative Schreiber votes no. Representative Johnson votes no. Representative Probst votes no. Representative Francis Representative Francis for an explanation of vote.
This is a simple bill. Farm permit kids cannot drive to and from religious activities now under the age of 16. This allowed them to drive to and from religious activities at the age of 15.
Are there any other changes of votes? Seeing none. Representative Howerton votes no. Any further changes? Okay, with 48 having voted in favor and 72 against the passage of House Bill 2523, the same having not received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared lost. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2536 by the Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care, an act concerning children and minors relating to the revised Kansas Code of Care for Children, establishing sole family legal permanency as a permanency option for children in need of care who are 16 years of age or older, allowing courts to establish sole family legal permanency, defining sole family legal permanency, reconciling definition of behavioral health crisis in the revised Kansas Code of Care for Children.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2536. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Minix votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 112 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of House Bill 2536, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2547 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning schools relating to student health, authorizing the maintenance of emergency medication kits for certain life-threatening conditions, requiring a prescription for distribution of emergency medication to schools, providing requirements for the administration of emergency medication by school personnel, training, exempting certain persons from the practice of healing arts and civil liability if acting in good faith.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2547. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2547, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2549 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning adoption relating to the Kansas Adoption and Relinquishment Act, adoption and termination of parental rights, requiring notice of hearing on a petition for adoption, petitions to be filed as part of a petition for adoption or in connection with an adoption, setting requirements for a petition filed separately from adoption proceedings.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2549. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2549, the same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2557 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the rules of evidence relating to peer support counseling session communication privilege, expanding the definition of peer support counseling session.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2557. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Cywert votes aye. Representative Carr votes no. Any further changes? Representative McDonald votes no. Seeing no further changes, with 108 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of House Bill 2557, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2562 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning securities enacting the Protect Vulnerable Adults from Financial Exploitation Act, requiring reporting of instances of suspected financial exploitation under certain circumstances, providing civil administration and administrative immunity to individuals who report such instances.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2562. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2562, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2567 by Representatives Turk, B. Carpenter, and others. An act concerning veterans and military establishing the Kansas National Guard Educational Masters for Enhanced Readiness and Global Excellence Emerge Program and the Kansas National Guard Educational Masters for Enhanced Readiness and Global Excellence Program Repayment Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2567. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote?
Mr. Speaker, as a legislator and member of the Air National Guard, I am honored to vote in favor of legislation that directly benefits my constituents and fellow service members. This bill, by offering educational support for Guard members pursuing master's degrees, directly enhances our forces' readiness and global competitiveness. It's a testament to our commitment to the professional and personal growth of those who serve. I'm proud to support a measure that will significantly impact recruitment, retention, and the overall effectiveness of the Kansas National Guard. Representative Blake Carpenter and Adam Turk.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 114 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2567, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Substitute for House Bill 2570 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development. An act concerning employment security law relating to the definition of benefit year, temporary unemployment, wages subject to assessment for employer contributions, statewide average annual wage, and statewide average weekly wage, and other unemployment insurance-related items.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2570. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain it? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2570, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2577 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions. An act concerning state monies relating to the investment and management thereof, providing discretionary authority to the state treasurer to transfer monies certified as equivalent to the aggregate net amount received for unclaimed property to the Board of Trustees of the Kansas Public Employment Retirement System, and to liquidate with such monies for investment by the Pooled Money Investment Board or for necessary payments to owners of unclaimed property.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2577. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2577, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2579 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health professions and practices relating to the Board of Emergency Medical Services, authorized activities, authorizing distribution of non-prescription over-the-counter medications.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2579. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Poskin votes aye. Representative Hoagland votes aye. Representative Beeler votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2579, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2587 by the Committee on Local Government, an act concerning drainage districts relating to the governance thereof, authorizing the Board of Directors of such districts to hold executive sessions in accordance with the Open Meetings Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2587. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. Representative Getz votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 4 against, the passage of House Bill 2587, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2591 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. An act concerning the State Corporation Commission exempting the Commission from the Open Meetings Act with respect to matters relating to docketed proceedings before the Commission, prohibiting ex parte communication in all docketed Commission proceedings.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2591. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on House Bill 2591 and believe this bill sets a dangerous precedent. The duties of the KCC in regulating monopolies are unique among quasi-judicial bodies, and the public deserves more, not less, transparency, given that they cannot switch energy providers if they wish. I fear that once transparency protections are removed, this body will find that it is exceedingly difficult to restore them. The structure and function of the KCC may well need to be revamped, but exempting their most important work from the Open Meetings Act is not an appropriate solution.
The speaker recognizes Representative Parshall for an explanation of vote.
I vote no. This is poor policy, not transparent, and is in direct opposition of the Kansas Republican Party platform to continue to support the UN agenda. Representative Potter Parshall and Representative Carrie Barth.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Butler votes no. Representative Gardner votes no. Representative Bloom votes no. Representative Blex votes no. Representative Chuck Smith votes no. Representative Wassinger votes no. Representative McNorton votes no. Representative Epley votes no. Representative Clifford votes no. Representative Hoffman votes no. Representative Howerton votes no. Representative Dennis Miller votes no. Representative Probst votes no. Representative Owsley votes no. Representative Hoagland votes no. Representative Luis Ruiz votes no. Representative Curtis votes no. Representative Stogstill votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Representative Vic Miller votes no. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Schlingensiepen votes no. Representative Berquist votes no. Representative Minix votes no. Representative Estes votes no. Representative Proctor votes no. Representative Lewis votes no. Any further changes? Representative Essex votes no. Representative Carmichael for an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I rise in support of HB 2591. I remind the members that by rejecting this legislation, you approve of the practice of parties with judicial business before the KCC woodshedding or ex parte communicating with the judges in these cases. That is a bad precedent. I therefore vote yes on HB 2591. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Any further changes of votes? Representative Schlingensiepen votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 38 having voted in favor and 82 against the passage of House Bill 2591, the same having not received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared lost. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2596 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning controlled substances, adding and removing certain substances scheduled 1, 2, 4, and 5 of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act, making conforming changes to the criminal code definition for fentanyl-related controlled substances.
I will remind the body that pages are not authorized on the floor while we are on final action. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2596. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2596, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2604 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning civil procedure for limited actions relating to the Small Claims Procedure Act, increasing the maximum dollar amount of a small claim thereunder.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2604. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2604, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2613 by Representative Essex, an act concerning the Attorney General relating to drug abuse resistance education DARE program, creating the position of statewide drug abuse resistant education coordinator and providing the duties and responsibilities thereof, establishing the drug abuse resistance education fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2613. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative O'Hobson votes no. Representative Vaughn votes no. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Meyer votes no. Representative Carr votes no. Representative Humphreys votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none. With 105 having voted in favor and 15 against the passage of House Bill 2613, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2614 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations requiring state agencies to provide notice of revocation thereof, removing certain abolished or inactive state agencies from the 5-year state agency review requirement.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2614. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2614, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2615 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning the publication of state laws and rules and regulations relating to publishing, printing, and distribution thereof, removing state printer from timeline requirements for printing session laws, providing statewide elected officials and legislators to receive statute books and supplements upon request, requiring all administrative rules and regulations to be published electronically and eliminating the printing of volumes and supplements thereof, providing for the authenticating, preparing of a searchable database, and setting of prices for administrative rules and regulations.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2615. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2615, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2616 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning elections relating to the qualification of poll workers, prohibiting the disqualification of certain individuals as poll workers on the basis of residency or registered voter status.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2616. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Potter Parshall.
I vote no because if someone wants to be a Kansas poll worker, they are welcome to become a Kansas resident and register to vote in our great state. Representative Potter Parshall.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Representative Clayton any other further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Representative Probst votes aye. Representative Melton votes no. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Roth votes no. Any further changes? Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Garber votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 93 having voted in favor and 27 against the passage of House Bill 2616, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2618 by the Committee on Elections. An act concerning elections relating to the election crime of false representation of an election official requiring specific intent of the offender as an element of such criminal offense.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2618. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 85 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of House Bill 2618, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2629 by the Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care. An act concerning children and minors relating to the State Child Death Review Board, replacing sudden infant deaths with sudden unexplained infant death, requiring the Secretary for Health and Environment to provide a death certificate to the Child Death Review Board, listing requirements for notification of a deceased child, licensing the number of members appointed to by the State Board of Healing Arts to the Child Death Review Board, allowing for compensation of board members, providing for disclosure of certain records for certain persons, for securing grants and public officials, for supplemental information to the board's annual report, directing that records be kept for 15 years after a case is closed.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2629. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2629, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2633 by the Committee on Water, an act concerning water relating to the certification of operators of water supply systems and wastewater treatment facilities, providing for additional sources of revenue for the Water Program Management Fund, requiring fees for operator certification examinations not to exceed the cost of such examinations, eliminating the ability of the Secretary of Health and Environment to certify operators through correspondence course rather than classroom instruction.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2633. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2633, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2634 by the Committee on Water, an act concerning water relating to groundwater management districts, providing an additional corrective control provision for the chief engineer to consider when issuing orders of designations for local enhanced management areas and intensive groundwater use control areas.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2634. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Chuck Smith votes aye. Representative Howell votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2634, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2637 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning hospitals relating to rural emergency hospital licensure, expanding eligibility to facilities that meet criteria between January 2015 and December 2020.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2637. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? The Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Concanon for her explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We believe the amendment that was adopted to this bill was well-intentioned for a particular rural hospital situation, but our districts have numerous critical access hospitals within 28, 30, 32 miles apart. HB 2637 actually harms our rural Kansas hospitals by taking away the option of becoming a rural emergency hospital. Susan Concanon and Representative Troy Waymaster.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Are those explanations or changes of votes? Any further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? All right, here we go. Representative Nguyen votes no. Representative Vic Miller votes no. Representative Ohabasam votes no. Representative Sawyer votes no. Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Representative Stogsdill votes no. Representative Curtis votes no. Representative Vaughn votes no. Representative Luis Ruiz votes no. Representative Owsley votes no. Representative Hoagland votes no. Representative Carmichael votes no. Representative Haswood votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Carr votes no. Representative Alcala votes no. Representative Woodard votes no. Representative Silas Miller votes no. Representative Probst votes no. Representative Weigel votes no. Representative Melton votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Meyer votes no. Representative Featherston votes no. Representative Poskin votes no. Representative Haskins votes no. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Schlingensieben votes no. Representative Younger votes no. Representative Adam Smith votes no. For an explanation of vote, the Speaker recognizes Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to switch my vote from yes to no. I agree with the previous explanation of vote and just want to send a friendly reminder to folks, so you know, in western Kansas, most towns are 30 miles apart, and that amendment really would harm those hospitals and critical access hospitals in western Kansas. And I look forward to, hopefully, if this bill passes, that maybe the Senate can fix it or it can get stripped out in conference. Thank you.
Further changes of votes. Representative Roth votes no. Representative Cywert votes no. Representative Estes votes no. Representative Bourgeon votes no. Representative Wassinger votes no. Representative Droege votes no. Representative Penn votes no. Representative Rogers votes no. Representative Minix votes no. Representative Titus votes no. Representative White votes no. Representative Blex votes no. Representative McNorton votes no. Representative Hoheisel votes no. Representative Ellis votes no. Representative Amix votes no. Representative Hoy votes no. Representative Shu votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 60. Representative Anderson votes no. Representative Epley votes no. Representative Laura Williams votes no. Representative Getz votes no. Representative Butler votes no. Representative Hill votes no. Seeing no further changes, with 58 having voted in favor and 62 against the passage of House Bill 2637, the same having not received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared lost. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2654 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. An act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to sentencing, calculation of confinement, excluding certain types of incarceration time from the allowance of time against a person's criminal sentence.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2654. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2654, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2660 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning business entities authorizing a change of registered office address by a current occupant under the Business Entity Standard Treatment Act, changing the information required in an amendment to the Articles of Incorporation for Cooperative, relating to filings with the Secretary of State, modifying requirements for business entity information reports, eliminating references to a certificate of fact, modifying filing requirements for registration of foreign covered entities.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2660. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2660, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2661 by the Committee on Local Government, an act concerning boards of county commissioners relating to vacancies created by an increase in the number of commissioner districts, providing for the staggering of terms of commissioners elected to fill such vacancies.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2661. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2661, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2675 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning children and minors, enacting the Uniform Non-Parent Visitation Act, removing provisions related to grandparents and step-parent visitation rights.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2675. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2675, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2678 by the Committee on Water, an act concerning water relating to the Kansas Water Banking Act, extending the period for how long groundwater right can be deposited in a water bank, requiring that the water withdrawn from an account be authorized by the water bank on or before December 1 of the calendar year in which the withdrawn water is to be used, requiring an evaluation by an independent consultant on the Central Kansas Water Bank before July 1, 2025, establishing a maximum length for an extension of a water bank charter.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2678. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Melton votes. Representative Aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2678, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2679 by the Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor carriers relating to the Kansas Uniform Commercial Driver's License Act, authorizing the Director of Vehicles to waive the knowledge and skills test for driving a commercial vehicle for an applicant that provides evidence of such applicant qualifies for the military, even exchange program for a commercial driver's license.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2679. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every person had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Getz votes aye. Representative Dodson votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2679, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bills hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2682 by the Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor carriers relating to the Kansas Uniform Commercial Driver's License Act, authorizing the Director of Vehicles to adopt rules and regulations for participation in the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse Program, disqualifying a person's commercial driving privileges when such person has violated or is in noncompliance with the requirements of the clearinghouse.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2682. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Schlingensiepen votes aye. Representative Neighbor votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 115 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2682, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2690 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications, an act concerning emergency communication services, establishing the State 911 Board, abolishing the 911 Coordinating Council, transferring powers, duties, and functions of the 911 Coordinating Council to the State 911 Board, authorizing the Board to appoint an executive director and other employees to carry out powers, duties, and functions of the Board, abolishing the 911 Operations Fund, the 911 State Grant Fund, and the 911 State Fund, and establishing the State 911 Operations Fund, the State 911 Grant Fund, and the State 911 Fund in the State Treasury, authorizing counties to contract for the provision of 911 PSAP services with another county.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2690. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 116 having for changing, Representative Thomas votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of House Bill 2690, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2698 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Secretary of Corrections relating to juvenile offenders, authorizing the Secretary to allow juvenile offenders to leave a juvenile correctional facility for certain types of programming and educational activities.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2698. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Howell votes aye. Representative Schlingensiepen votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 120 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2698, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2751 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services relating to licensure of providers of disability services, authorizing the department to condition or restrict a license therefor, granting the Secretary authority to grant regulation waivers unrelated to health and safety, adding a definition of day service provider, authorizing correction orders and civil fines to be appealed to the Secretary.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2751. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? For a change, Representative Murphy votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 111 having voted in favor and 9 against the passage of House Bill 2751, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Rajas to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, conferees. Our first item up for business, House Bill 2590. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2590, the chair recognizes Representative Smith. Representative Chuck Smith.
Amendments? I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
This bill, House Bill 2590, was introduced by Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications Committee. What the bill would do is put the state of Kansas aligned with the federal government as far as penalties with the Kansas pipeline laws. If I could read, maximum penalty amounts for violations of Kansas interstate natural gas pipeline safety violations have not been updated to align with federal maximum penalty amounts. Alignment of maximum penalty amounts in law with federal maximum penalty amounts is required if Kansas wishes to maintain authority over interstate natural gas pipeline safety. The intent of this bill, 2590, would update Kansas law to reflect the updates made by the federal government, which increases the maximum penalties for violations of the pipeline safety laws and regulations to $200,000 per violation per day, with the maximum of $2 million for a related series of violations. It's important to note that this does not require or demand civil penalties. Instead, it simply sets a maximum penalty that can be levied for violations of the Natural Gas Pipeline Safety Act. There were no amendments in committee. There was one proponent. There were no neutral arguments, and there were no opponents. Mr. Chair, I stand for question.
Those wishing to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative O'Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the bill did a good job in explaining the bill. There were no oppositions to it. It's a good bill, and I asked for the body to support House Bill 2590. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rises and reports for House Bill 2590 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Chuck Smith to report House Bill 2590 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next, House Bill 2101. For the purpose of carrying HB 2101, Chair recognizes Representative Maud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee did have some amendments. I move that the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. So basically, House Bill 2101 tries to amend an issue that has come up where people who don't actually have title to the property are trying to sell that property, real estate, through a rent-to-own system. Basically, it's a system where you lease the land, and then after so many months, you would supposed to be able to purchase it, or that you would then get title to it. The problem is that the folks who are doing this scheme don't always have title to the property. So this bill would basically allow us to regulate Contract for Deeds Acts and try to ensure that when somebody does enter into a contract for deed, that they actually have the title to the property before they do that. There were some committee amendments basically clarifying the right of the seller to proceed with the contract for deed with proper disclosures to lien and mortgage holders, and the right to satisfy those liens or mortgages prior to the buyer actually taking possession of the property. The proponents were Representative Probst and some attorneys from the state. There was no opponent testimony. There were some neutral arguments from Kansas Judicial Council. The fiscal note indicated that it would pretty much increase district court filings, but will be offset by collection of docket fees, so the overall costs cannot be determined. And I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be slightly less brief than I usually am. I do want to thank the carrier for bringing this. I just want to clarify that this is a really important bill that I did not realize the need for just due to my own ignorance. But basically, if you rent a house, you are protected under the current Landlord-Tenant Act. If you own a house, you are protected under the traditional mortgage process. But there is a wide swath of people who, for better or worse, engage in these contract for deeds or rent to own or land contract type transactions who are currently completely unprotected under current law. And so I thank the carrier, or I thank one of the representatives from Reno County for bringing this up, just to provide some guardrails for what can and cannot be allowed, and just provide some basic protections. So I think this is a really good bill. I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will remind the body to please be respectful of those speaking at the well. We had a long day yesterday. It's like the day before a spring break or a break at school. We're all ready to get home, but please give those that come to the well to speak on these bills that we want to see action on, so that everyone in here can hear them. Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for calming the crowd down before I get up to speak. I want to share with you a little bit of the history on this. Way before I was here, this was a problem that we were experiencing in Reno County, where we had some individuals who were selling houses on land contract to people that they didn't actually have title to. And it really got messy. In some cases, the seller was also buying the house on land contract. In some cases, he had a note on the home and then was taking the payments from people. And then the bank went to foreclose because he wasn't paying the note, and then found out they had to deal with people who were living in the home. So originally, when I brought this, it came as just a very simple requirement that we file an affidavit of equitable interest in the Register of Deeds office. That went through the local government committee, and the feeling there was that it should be taken to the Judicial Council. So we had that in 2020, I believe it was. The Judicial Council reviewed that over the summer, and the Judicial Council included real estate attorneys, people that work, the Realtors Association, the Bankers Association. We had a broad cross-section of people that had an interest in this, and the bill that you have today is a result of the Judicial Council's work. And out of that, we had a couple of primary things that are in this provision. One says that we will enable recording. We had testimony in the Financial Institutions Committee of people who in their contract had actually been forbidden from reporting in the Register of Deeds office that they had an equitable interest in this property. So they actually had a prohibition on this. This doesn't say who has to file it. There was some disagreement about who should do that, but it does allow a mechanism to make sure there's public recording. This protects the seller and the buyer, but it also protects lenders who might end up attaching a mortgage to that property later on. It also requires that the seller has clear title before entering into a land contract. And there are some exceptions that allow that you can encumber the title or have it encumbered as long as there's notification to the buyer that it is encumbered and they agree to that. The other provision is a right to cure. Under current law, there's no mechanism for how to cure if somebody's in default. So this allows a mechanism to cure the contract. The violation of this act it's viewed as a deceptive act, and it triggers the Consumer Protection Act with the Attorney General's office. 21 states have some version of regulation or law on land contracts. Florida treats them like mortgages, and they have to go by the same requirement. Iowa requires recording, and if it's not recorded, you can't exercise a default on the property. Louisiana and North Dakota both have right to cures, and like I said, 21 states have this. I think this is a really needed piece of legislation. One thing I should point out, it applies only to residential property. Land contracts are a useful tool. They're used a lot in agriculture, and we didn't want to interfere with that at all. And they're good for real estate in the residential market too, for people who have damage credit or don't have the means to go through traditional lending. But there are people who exploit this practice and use it to harm people. And the people who do this right, they're already following this mechanism. They're already recording in the Register of Deeds office. They're making that public. They're not trying to hide anything. The only people that are going to be affected by this are people who are trying to be shady and trying to exploit this loophole in the law. So I would encourage your support of this. It is probably happening in your community. If you live in a town of any size at all, it's probably happening. It's hard to it's hard to quantify because people who lose their property and lose their money generally are in a position where they just have to find another place to live, and they usually don't have the resources to try to sue or recover their loss. So I would encourage your support on this bill. I think it's much needed. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to prolong the discussion or be tedious, this legislation will help many vulnerable people who think that the money that they are paying each month is going to result in home ownership. This is definitely an issue in my county, and this policy discussion has been around now for about 5 years. And as the previous representatives have indicated, it has gone through the Judicial Council, so we know that the experts have taken a look at it, and I urge your support of this legislation. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Mon, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the ranking member of the committee for his comments and the representative from Reno County for his comments. I actually agree with them. I think that this is a good bill. And so based on that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee arises and reports, it reports House Bill 2101 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Mon to report House Bill 2101 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next, House Bill 2560. Chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams.
Good morning, body. House Bill 2560 was brought forward by the Office of the State Bank Commissioner. This bill will provide 2 updates to the Kansas Banking Code. First, it'll give the OSBC the authority to abandon an application that is not complete or declare approved applications expired. This will reduce the amount of time and effort the OSBC spends on pending applications and allows them to close the application process with having to resort to a denial. And that applicant will be able to reapply at a later time. And then second, it makes it easier for Kansas banks and trust companies to acquire out-of-state trust businesses. Currently under Kansas law, the bank or trust company transfer the fiduciary accounts must have a principal place of business in Kansas. So this bill would change the requirement. Instead of requiring one of the parties to have the principal place of business in Kansas, this change would just make it easier and faster process for both companies and allowing them to acquire out-of-state fiduciary accounts and transfers them to the Kansas Bank. Right now, the Kansas Bank or trust companies acquiring these out-of-state businesses are clogging up the court systems and just takes a lot of time. So many of our surrounding states already have a legal mechanism in place like this for these bulk transfers, and the OSBC did clearly state that these changes would not pose any safety or soundness risks. So I would like to also state that the beneficiary of the account must agree to this transfer. So allowing these bulk transfers will not affect the beneficiary's right to refuse the transfer. And with that, I will stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill's good. Thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Williams, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I asked when the body rises and reports. It reports House Bill 2560 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Laura Williams to report House Bill 2560 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2711. For the purposes of carrying HB 2711, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
House Bill 2711 was brought to us by a member from Lenexa into the Financial Institutions and Pensions Committee. It impacts the current CAPERS statutes. It's better known as the Working After Retirement Bill. When CAPERS retirees go back into the workforce, they have to meet 3 criteria. If they're under 62, they must have been retired for at least 180 days. If they're over 62, 60 days. No prearrangement can have been made with that employer. There are no deals. And there are also special contributions. These were instituted during compromise legislation years ago in order to sustain the CAPERS trust fund. The CAPERS employer would pay the normal assessment, which is currently around 12.7%. But in addition, over $25,000 of income, there's a 30% penalty. You can imagine as wages have increased, that penalty has an increasing impact on folks who come back to work after retirement. This bill was initially proposed with movement of the cap from $25,000 to $50,000. However, the committee amendments moved that to $40,000 because an additional amendment brought in the KP&F group, the police and fire. So to keep the fiscal note stable, the threshold was lowered to 40. Additionally, because we have workforce problems in the intellectual developmental disability space, and we're trying to peel people off the IDD wait list, we amended the bill to exclude CDDOs who employ CAPERS retirees from these bills. They will be excluded from the penalty completely. There were 6 overall proponents, 4 were written, no opponents. The CAPERS CEO, Mr. Alan Conroy, did provide an informational briefing. I'll stand for questions.
In order to speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a really good job of explaining this bill. So this bill, ultimately, in the end, the goal is to try to help solve a workplace shortage in terms of CAPERS employees. And I support that wholeheartedly. I think that's a good thing. However, I do express a little bit of frustration over the last 2 interims we've met, and then both times the interim committees have suggested that we look at CAPERS 3, and the inadequacy of CAPERS 3 is likely a big component on why we are having these workplace shortages in CAPERS at all. So I really hope that we're able to work out something with the Senate to continue to meet and address the inadequacy of CAPERS 3. I don't know if you guys got it. I got kind of a CAPERS estimate on what I will receive. And I have a better CAPERS 3 outlook than most since I got in young. But right now, if I retired at 65, I would get about $1,000 a month. If I continue to work for 25 more years until I'm 60 in the same job, that only bumps up to about $3,300. You know, for the long-term employees in CAPERS, it is really, really inadequate. So hopefully we're able to do something. That said, I do think that this bill does a lot of good things. I think it will encourage some people to get back into the workforce a little bit and alleviate our hopefully short-term workplace shortages. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Chuck Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Right now, we have a large shortage of teachers, and I think this would bring back some of our veteran teachers, which is a positive thing. So you know, we want teachers in the classroom. There's no need for them to go double dip in Missouri when we can keep them here and pay them a little extra. So I hope you'll vote yes on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on some comments that my ranking member made. He's exactly right. We have been looking at solutions to Capers 3 for a while now. It is a heavy lift, I'll admit, and a very pricey one. We're looking for the most cost-efficient plan to address this Capers 3 issue, but we are working on it. We are making progress. The Senate is somewhat dragging their feet as usual. And I also want to say on the underlying bill that we're addressing here, I had some conversations with a couple of members of my caucus, and we may, when we get in a conference or on the Senate side, work in a sunset of some kind, 3 to 5 years, so we can understand and study the cost impact and employment impact of this bill. So I just wanted on record that we agreed to look at that with either in conference or on the Senate side. So I just want that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member desire to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Clifford, you may close.
Body, before I close, I want you to hear about one of my constituents, the impact this has on a real person. I have a constituent who is an early Capers retiree after working for a community college in a $40,000 a year job. She retired early to take care of her parents. But when their condition was resolved, she went back to work in a school system at $17.42 an hour. The employer takes the 12.5% from her salary, giving her $15.47 an hour. But when she gets over $25,000, the 30% penalty kicks in, and she's now making $13.40 an hour. This is a woman with a master's in vocational rehab and counseling. She's not certified, so she can't function as a teacher, but she loves kids and wants to be in the workforce, and she's willing to be there for this salary. Mr. Chair, I move that when the body writes and reports, we report House Bill 2711 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Clifford to report House Bill 2711 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item is House Bill 2601. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2601, the chair recognizes Representative Eric Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments. Body, I'm putting before you HB 2601. The issue is on third time and subsequent DUIs, third time and fourth time. HB 2601 would establish additional probation requirements that would apply to a person who is on their third conviction for driving under the influence if the person has a prior conviction which occurred within the preceding 10 years or on their fourth DUI. If the person is granted probation, the court would be required to use a risk assessment tool from the Sentencing Commission to determine whether the person should be supervised by community corrections or court services. During this term of probation supervision, the person would be required to participate in a multidisciplinary model of services for substance use disorders that is facilitated by a Department of Aging and Disability Services designated care coordination agency. This model of services would include assessment and, if appropriate, referral to community-based substance use disorder treatment, including recovery management and mental health counseling. That's the formal stuff. Basically, folks, if we've got somebody out there who is on their third or fourth DUI, we should be trying to help them fix the problem. This wasn't a mistake. This is something that's ongoing. And so this bill helps to remediate that, fix that for them. There were no opponent arguments. There was no neutral testimony. It was a pretty straightforward bill. I'll stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of HB 2601. In the words of the great philosopher Mikey Likey, well, Johnny Likey's this bill as well. It is a serious bill, but I couldn't resist the opportunity. You know, a person who's up to their third, fourth, or more DUI, not only do they need to be in jail, but they've clearly got a substance abuse problem. and it needs to be dealt with, and that takes supervision and that takes treatment. And it's not only because they represent a menace to others on the highway, but people with that kind of a drinking problem, it's impacting a lot of other things in their life as well, things like domestic violence, for example. So this is a good idea, and I urge you to join me in voting aye on HB 2601. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. One question I had is, I support this bill. I was just wondering about the person that is going to be referred for treatment. Who is going to pay for the treatment?
Normally, that payment is going to be dependent on them. I mean, they're going to be held responsible for that. Obviously, if they're indigent or along those lines, there'll be other avenues they can take, but normally it is put on the defendant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other members desire to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Eric Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd remind the body that DUI doesn't just include alcohol, but also illegal drugs and prescription drugs. And we are seeing prescription drugs causing quite an effect on the roads, especially opioids. You know, there's this understanding, well, the doctor prescribed it to me, so I should be able to drive with it. And man, that's putting a lot of people at risk. So just a reminder to the public and to the body. Mr. Chair, I'll close and say when the committee rises to report, they report HB 2601 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Eric Smith to report House Bill 2601 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next, House Bill 2385 for the purpose of carrying HB 2385. Chair recognizes Representative Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments to the bill. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
I rise before the body to present House Bill 2385 regarding the amount of controlled substances, which allows for an inference of an intent to distribute. Due to recent court cases, the existing law, which allows a rebuttable presumption to be made of the intent to distribute based on the amount of a controlled substance found, is now unconstitutional because it unfairly shifts the burden of proof from the state prosecutor to the defendant. The new language replaces rebuttable presumption with an inference of an intent to distribute, which may be rejected by the judge or the jury, and that inference must still be proven with other evidence by the prosecutor and not the defendant. This bill was supported by the District Attorneys Association, and there was no opposition testimony. I will stand for questions.
Any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question or two for the carrier of the bill. My recollection is that there was a second section to this bill that addressed not only controlled substances, but other places where there may have been a rebuttable presumption. And maybe I'm confusing the bills. Could you help me work through that?
That is correct.
And since I wasn't paying careful attention in committee, could you explain to me how that works? If not, I can do my best. Okay. I think what the bill also says is not only with respect to controlled substances, but in other parts of the criminal code where the law presumes a fact that is necessary to conviction, this bill would also change that rebuttable presumption in those other locations in the criminal code. And I'm going to refer to my colleague's notes quickly here. I think it actually has general application to other criminal statutes and modifies the language of a rebuttable presumption to an inference. And I'm not entirely comfortable for some reason with this bill, but I can't really articulate why. It is clear that it is no longer constitutional to have in our statutes this concept that the state walks into the courtroom with a presumption that the defendant is guilty of one or more elements of a crime before the trial ever starts. Rather, it is always the state's burden to prove each and every essential element of the crime through evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I think that is the status of the law. There was discussion in the committee, however, that rather than placing inferences in the law, we ought to just strike all of this, because all of this being presumptions, rebuttable presumptions, because the judge always tells jurors that you can infer from the facts certain things. For example, a person's state of mind. And the prosecutors also described to us that no prosecutor worth their salt would just rely upon an inference or would rely upon, a presumption. Rather, they would want to bring in additional facts to make sure that the jury understood that the person intended to do it or whatever the element is. And so there was serious discussion of striking all of this type of language and just let the prosecutor prove their case. But that was not the combined wisdom of the committee. And although I thought that was the better approach, I'm not going to try to amend this bill today. I'm just going to vote yes, because I think it makes the statute consistent with the current case law, not only in Kansas, but also under the United States Constitution. Thank you for your kind attention.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Titus, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just add that this bill was reviewed by the Judicial Council and has been shown the idea of putting in the inference has been upheld by various courts. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2385 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Titus to report House Bill 2385 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up next, House Bill 2741. For the purpose of carrying HB 2741, Chair recognizes Representative Ressman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Continue.
House Bill 2741 comes out of the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, and it updates the general terms for supervision for offenders on probation and post-release supervision. The bill lists conditions of probation and post-release supervision, including 2 new provisions, and follows the recommendations of the Office of Judicial Administration, and comes in compliance with legislation passed in 2022, standardizing conditions among supervisory entities. Section 1 of the bill amends KSA 216607 related to the conditions of probation, and Section 3 of the bill amends KSA 223717 related to the conditions of post-release. The bill removes the current list of supervision items and adds new language to include 11 conditions for post-release supervision and probation. I'm going to quickly go over the 11 conditions. Also, I want to point out the court or the Prisoner Review Board may also add additional conditions for release. First one would be obey all laws and report law enforcement contact, not engage in physical violence, and if convicted of a felony, not purchase or possess a dangerous weapon, including a firearm. Report to supervision officer as directed, remain within the state or specified areas, reside at the person's residence unless permission is granted to relocate, not possess, use, distribute, control substances, not possess or consume alcohol or enter or establish where alcohol is sold, consumed as a primary business, submit to alcohol or substance abuse testing, participate in assessment, treatment, programming, and other directives by the court, submit to searches of a person, effects, vehicle, residence, or property based on reasonable suspicion. And the last one is refrain from contacting victims unless authorized by the court. The new provisions were standardized conditions for probation and post-release, and that the Judicial Administration and Department of Corrections collaborate to develop documentation related to conditions of supervision. In the committee, there were two amendments. The first one removes the Office of Judicial Administration as they don't supervise any defendants. The committee did add that a Department of Corrections enforcement, apprehension, or investigation officer at any time, day or night, with or without a search warrant, may conduct a search so long as it is not for the sole purpose of harassment. The second part is that if any law enforcement officer conducts a search, they must submit a written report to the inmate's parole officer no later than at the close of business on the next day that the search was conducted. The proponents of the bill were the Kansas Department of Corrections, Council of State Governments, Megan Miller, Randy Regar, that was from the Reno County Community Corrections, and neutral was the Office of Judicial Administration. They had asked to be stricken from the bill since they don't supervise any individuals. There's a fiscal note of $530 from the Department of Corrections, and the Judicial Department does not believe there's any fiscal impact. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of HB 2741. Give me just a moment here to check my notes. In the words of Travis Kelce's girlfriend, trash takes itself out every single time. But this bill is not trash. This is a good bill. And I appreciate the carrier of the bill's explanation of what the bill does. And so it's my intention to vote aye on HB 2741, and I hope you will join me in doing so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Ressman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee arises and reports, it reports House Bill 2741 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Ressman to report House Bill 2741 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with House Rule 1903, I move House Bill 2494, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You have heard the motion from Majority Leader Croft. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. On to the next item of business. That is House Bill 2645. For the purpose of carrying HB 2645, the chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you've been involved in the administration of hospitals, you know that there is a severe nursing shortage in our state. What you might not know is that there's also a shortage of qualified candidates in nursing programs. House Bill 2645 makes an attempt to address this shortage by removing restrictions that are currently in place on scholarships that are awarded through the Regents system. We currently offer scholarships for both LPN and RN programs, and at current, they need sponsorships to do that. This bill removes those sponsorships with the exception that in rural areas, the sponsorships can be continued, and if a candidate desires to have a sponsorship, the scholarship amount is increased by 125%. This is a compromise piece of legislation that was worked out between the Board of Regents and the Hospital Association to address some of these issues. With that, I would stand for questions.
Any members desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Stocksdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job of describing that. This will help us attract, retain more quality nurses in Kansas, and I would highly urge your support for this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of this bill and just want to remind people that the title that includes the word service means that those nurses agree to work in the state of Kansas a year for every year they get scholarship money. Thank you.
Any other members desire to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Hill, you may close.
Thank you. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2645 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hill to report House Bill 2645 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item, House Bill 2646. For the purpose of carrying HB 2646, the chair recognizes Representative Estes. The body will be at ease for a moment. Chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2646 is one that you've seen before. You might be more used to us calling it the War Survivor Benefits Bill. 4 years ago, we made a change to it because this bill started many decades ago as a way to help the families of those who have died in service to our country. Later, it was amended to include those who would die, emergency service workers who had died in the line of duty. And then 4 years ago, we changed the bill so that if a emergency service worker or a veteran had received an 80% disability rating, their children or spouse also qualified for this benefit. So today we're just making a few minor changes. We are going to remove the requirement that the injury to emergency service first responders occur before September 11th, 2001. We're also, at the request of the Board of Regents, going to clarify what qualifies as an injury on service, because that has been a question. And then we are also going to make it easier for the Board of Regents by changing how we do the $500,000 reimbursement, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Members wish to speak to the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Stocksdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job of presenting this, and this will help families that have family members that have made an ultimate sacrifice for the benefit of Kansas and Kansans across the state. And I would urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Are there other members wishing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Estes, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close. I'm sorry. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports HB 2646 favorably. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Estes to report House Bill 2646 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. For our next item of business, a command performance to carry House Bill 2703. Recognize Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2703 just fixes something that I believe was an oversight. When the list of what qualifies a student for at-risk funding or weighting in the school finance formula, being a child in the custody of DCF is not on the list, and I think it's important that we include foster children on that list. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Members wishing to speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the carrier of the bill has done an excellent job presenting that bill. That does add kids that we haven't included in this group before, and they certainly deserve to be included. And I would urge your support on this bill. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Estes, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2703 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Estes to report House Bill 2703 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item, House Bill 2783. For the purposes of carrying HB 2783, Chair recognizes Representative McNorton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
House Bill 2783 is a very short bill. Some of those playing bingo out there, I didn't use the other S word there, just make sure. So I'm just going to read it to you. It's very short. Section 1A, no state agency, city, or county shall regulate or restrict the use or sale of motor vehicles by the public based on the energy source used to power the motor vehicle, including propulsion or for powering other functions of the motor vehicle. Section B, the restriction of subsection A does not affect any policy established by the state agency or a municipality for the purchase of vehicles used by that state agency or a municipality. Then Section C, municipality means the same as defined in KSA 756102 and amendments thereto. After reading that short bill, this bill is very clear. It is protecting the citizens' right to decide for themselves what kind of vehicle they can purchase or drive, not some government bureaucrat deciding for them. I would challenge you to find any state, city, or county where 100% of its citizens agree on which energy source is the best choice. The government should not be killing one industry to help another one thrive when the free market might produce the exact opposite outcome. We must be smart enough to be proactive on issues like this. If we put our head in the sand, we will open the door for government entity to force all of their citizens to only buy or drive a vehicle based on energy source that the government thinks is best for them. I'm prepared to stand for question.
Chair, to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can understand the concerns for the underlying purpose of this bill, but as written, the bill goes too far. It does not just give the state's commitment that we will not ban vehicles based on their energy source. It includes cities and counties as well as regulations. So I think we're ahead of ourselves in saying that we can predict the future as far as what types of energy sources for motor vehicles could possibly be out there. And I would remind the body that cities have constitutional home rule and counties have statutory home rule. So this is a bigger government preempting our local governments from being able to make regulations on the sale of motor vehicles based on energy source. So I do think that I did offer an amendment to make it so it would just be the state saying that we wouldn't restrict vehicles. That failed. I did not bring that unfriendly amendment to the floor today. So I would ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand, colleagues, I rise in opposition of House Bill 2783, supporting the comments from my ranking members. This is an unjustified overreach of state authority, and it seeks to strip away the fundamental principles of home rule enshrined in the Kansas Constitution. More specifically, though, the proponents of the bill touts the virtue of free market, yet they fail to recognize the hypocrisy in their argument. You see, a true free market operates on the principles of competition and consumer choice. We can agree to that. By preventing local government from implementing policies that reflect the preferences of their constituents, House Bill 2783 actually stifles competition and limits consumer choice. Instead of allowing municipalities to innovate and respond to the demands of their citizens and their residents, the bill imposes one-size-fits-all, dictating a state mandate. Furthermore, it is imperative to highlight the proponents of House Bill 2783 have failed to present any substantial evidence indicating the restriction of motor vehicles based on energy source. It's not even a current or projected issue in Kansas. Instead, they have resorted to fear tactics. I don't say this as a negative argument. I say this as they give a speculative argument to justify the bill. Without solid justifications grounded in some sort of verifiable data, it becomes clear that the price of enacting such a legislation is irrational and too high for us to support. Not only does the bill encroach upon constitutional rights of local government, state rights of counties, it also lacks any compelling rationale for its existence. Yesterday, I came up here to say, I'm not the enemy. I'm here to try to support and make things better. So I share this with you, my colleagues, because I urge you just to consider my comments. And if you do before voting, I'm confident that you will have a rational consideration and you will say, fiddlesticks. This is why we can't have nice things. And you will oppose the bill protecting consumer rights for all Kansas and equally important, the Kansas Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've gone out many times over the past several years to attend the SEMA organization. I've had some friends from in here go with this past year, but I've done several talks out there. The theme from a federal and a nationwide perspective this year was not EV focused, it was on alternative fuels. EVs do have their absolute place in here, but so do the other alternative fuels, no matter what they are for the vehicles coming up. It's a evolving environment out there where we don't even know at this point what all is going to come out at this point. But we need to keep the options open. We need to, as these alternatives come out, be able to offer them to the consumers across the board. Let us make the choice on it. We shouldn't have different governments locking it down, saying you can only purchase a certain type of vehicle or a certain type of engine, whether it be electric or combustion. But keep the choices open for us. I definitely support this bill. Thank you for letting me talk.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Will the carrier stand for a question? Do you protect the free market when you allow a property owner to buy and sell their legally owned goods?
Yes.
Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of I rise in support of HB 2783. I wanted to echo the words of our chair of the House Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications Committee, one of the smartest guys I know on a lot of energy issues. And it seems to me that there's no reason that we should have some sort of a patchwork of what kind of a car you could buy here and what kind of a car you could buy there. If at some point in time a true problem presents itself, then maybe localities might have some justification, but at this point, I don't see it. And so I certainly, today at least, support HB 2783. Thank you.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative McNorton, you may close.
Thank you all for voicing your opinions. Again, this is just a bill protecting the citizens' right to decide for themselves what kind of vehicle they can purchase or drive. Mr. Chair, I move that when committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2783 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative McNorton to report House Bill 2783 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Up now, House Bill 2663. For the purpose of carrying HB 2663, the chair recognizes Representative Underhill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body today to present HB 2663. 2663 amends the state statute to allow title insurance agents operating as an escrow settlement or closing agent to submit all funds deposited for real estate closings by real-time or instant payment through the FedNow service operated by the Federal Reserve Banks or the clearinghouse company's real-time payment system. Currently, there are five methods that these title insurance agents can use to deposit these funds. The bill would expand the methods from 5 to 6 to include these real-time payments. There were 3 proponents for this modernization, no neutral or opponent testimony. The Insurance Department, Office of the State Banking Commissioner, and the Department of Credit Unions all said that 2663 would have no fiscal effect on any agency operating expenditures. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous person gave a very good description of what this bill is. Insurance can be tedious. It can require a lot of insight. And on this particular form, I'll give you a little example. Last fall, my husband and I sold a lake house, and it happened to be over a weekend. And we could not collect those funds because the banks were closed on Monday. We signed on Thursday. It got put off on Friday. For the other people, they had it in the bank where we could have had real-time money and purchased other new and great things. So anyway, I support this bill totally, and it does make sure that there are good funds in the bank and that things are guaranteed when you purchase a piece of property. So I ask you to support House Bill 2663. Thank you.
Colleagues, there is lunch available right outside the door. You would like that as well. If you haven't, you noticed your neighbors had some and you haven't yet, that's there. Anyone else willing to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Underhill, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report HB 2663 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Underhill to report House Bill 2663 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business, House Bill 2715. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2715, the chair recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2715 comes from the Insurance Department and also has been then worked through by the Insurance Committee. This bill is kind of got a nice motive to it. It's talking about saving expenses to the people and saving expenses and efforts to the state. Amendments to several statutes that govern fees and fines within Chapter 40 of state statutes. The amount for these fees and fines are established in current law and pertain to applications, filings, licensure, renewals, certificates of authority, and et cetera. This bill would grant flexibility to the Kansas Insurance Commissioner to lower over 100 fees and fines within the statute, not to exceed what's currently in statute. The rather novel concept is that reducing the fees because they're more than are needed and getting the money back to the people that would otherwise be charged these fees simply because they can be charged. There was no opponent testimony. There was a number of proponent comments made through the Insurance Department, and I would stand for questions.
Other members desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would be hard to bring in any unfriendly amendments to due to the fact that the Insurance Department this past year has done more in returning money than I think any other agency has done. And in doing so, what this asks for is to be able to list fees when they're going to be due on December 1st and giving everybody the opportunity to know that there will be a change. I can say that in good faith that they have continued to lower those fees. There may be a minimum, a higher minimum and a lower, but they've always stuck with the lower. So with that, I would encourage all of you to vote favorably for House Bill 2715. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Berquist, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think she said it well. It's one department that has shown a bipartisan effort to reduce the size of government where it's not necessary. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rise and reports, that they report 2715 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Berquist to report House Bill 2715 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2606. For the purpose of carrying HB 2606, the chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments on the bill, so we'll jump right in. This bill is not short and it is not simple, but it is incredibly important. House Bill 2606 is something that has been being worked on for probably better than a decade in this body as it relates to civil asset forfeiture and the needed changes to our statutes. I'm sure that it was discussed quite extensively in each one of our calendaring and caucus meetings. However, I will touch on just a few of the items and the changes that occur here. I want to say, as I work through this, that this was truly a compromise piece of legislation. This is something that Fred Patton, Chairman Patton, had asked that I work on last year, and unable to find compromise, we sent this legislation to the Judicial Council for review. The Judicial Council during the interim spent quite an extensive amount of time with attorneys, judges, interested parties on both sides of this topic, trying to thread the needle to find compromise, and I believe that that's what this bill does. We took those recommendations along with the data from the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and various other stakeholders to meet in December in the Special Committee on Civil Asset Forfeiture. This bill is the 8 recommendations that came out of that special committee. Those 8 recommendations include, first, the bill would remove certain offenses from the list of conduct and offenses giving rise to the forfeiture under this act. The bill would specifically remove offenses related to possession and other crimes associated with personal use of controlled substances. 2, the proportionality determination was added in here to ensure that the assets seized were in proportion, would direct the court to determine whether the proposed forfeiture is unconstitutionally excessive pursuant to the new provisions created in subsection 6. The third change, currently the act provides that the seizing agency must forward to the appropriate county or district attorney a written request for forfeiture within 45 days. This shortens that time period to 14 days. Remember, civil asset forfeiture is the state's ability to take personal property that is owned by another individual that was obtained through ill-gotten gains of criminal activity, not just drug trade, but other things, theft and other ways of receiving it. And so it's important that if the state is making a case that those assets are illegally obtained, that it should be done so promptly. And that is part of what that section does. The fourth change requires an affidavit describing probable cause. Again, there's distinct differences between the civil side of our court and the criminal side of our court. However, probable cause is a very important portion of this. The fifth piece, the bill would require, after an owner or interest holder has filed a claim against the property seized by forfeiture, the plaintiff's attorney to file notice of receipt of the claim. The filing would be required to include a copy of the claim and documents received, again, furthering that probable cause important piece of this legislation. As it relates to the forfeiture proceedings, we continue. The bill would state that an owner or interest holder may petition the court for determination or reconsideration of its prior determination if there is probable cause to support the forfeiture at any time prior to judgment. Again, putting the onus back on the court to ensure probable cause is met, and for the person who has had their assets seized to have additional opportunity to petition the court. The next thing that this bill does is changes the burden of proof from a preponderance of evidence to clear and convincing evidence. Why is this significant? For those of you that aren't familiar with the criminal or civil proceedings, a preponderance of evidence is kind of like tipping the scales by 0.01%, okay? If it is a 50.01% likelihood, then that is the current standard. This raises it to about a 75 to 80% likelihood. So moving to a clear and convincing standard is quite significant. Another very important part of this, and a concern that I have had with our civil asset forfeiture piece, is under this legislation, the bill would require the court to automatically stay discovery against the person from whom property was seized and against the seizing agency in the forfeiture proceeding during a related criminal proceeding alleging the same conduct. So if there is a crime committed, it's important to know and to ensure that the criminal proceeding occurs before the civil asset forfeiture piece occurs, so to ensure that there's no self-incrimination while somebody's fighting for their own assets. So this puts that automatic stay in place, which again significantly ties it to a criminal case that's working alongside the civil case. Finally, not quite finally, but the bill would allow rather than require a court to order a claimant who fails to establish the substantial portion of the claimant's interest is exempt from forfeiture. Under current law, if your assets are seized, you go to fight for those assets. The individual whose assets were seized shall be held liable for the court costs and fees. Think about that. It's a little bit backwards. And so this allows the judge to award those in the event they see fit. It doesn't mandate it as current law. But flip that on its head for the claimant. If the claimant prevails and the court orders return of at least half of the property's aggregate value, the bill would require the court to order the seizing agency, will require the court to order the seizing agency to pay reasonable attorney fees, post-judgment, and post-judgment interest. So if your assets were seized, you fought, you win, the state is responsible for ensuring that your attorney fees are paid. And finally, this bill allows for the funds that have been seized previously in that civil asset forfeiture fund to be paid to pay those costs. Originally, when this conversation started, so those are touching on the items in the bill. Originally, when this conversation started, the individual liberty folks were so far on one side, and we had law enforcement so far on the other. I'm very pleased to say that when this bill was heard in the Judiciary Committee, it received approval from our Attorney General. It was met with support from our Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Those are significant to bring them from opposition where they were to being proponents on this piece of legislation. We also brought our Highway Patrol into a neutral position, which is again significant. Now, the one thing that we still dealt with is we had our law enforcement associations were concerned with the may to shall when it comes to actually paying the individual's attorney fees if they win in court. While I do completely understand that, each one of our law enforcement agencies stood up there, and you can watch us in hearing, and said, we support 99% of this legislation. That one piece is our only concern. And many of them, even after the fact, spoke with me and many others and said, even that isn't a really big concern, that we really do like the bill that is put together, and we do believe it strikes the appropriate compromise balance. So committee, I could keep talking about this for hours because it's been about, 6 years that I've been in here worth of conversations as it relates to this, but I'm very excited to see this compromise piece of legislation finally begin to make its way through the process so that we can finally ensure the appropriate balance between civil asset forfeiture and the rights to get those ill-gotten gains off the street, but the right of the individual. And before I stand for questions, I want to say this. If there are any amendments to this bill, I'm going to blanket oppose them, not because they might go further or go the other direction, but because this bill represents true compromise with all stakeholders, and it's a very fine balance And I know for a fact that if we change any of this bill, we risk losing all law enforcement support, all attorney general support, and other support. And so I would encourage you to simply follow your chair if amendments do come up. With that in mind, I stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, the perfunctory, the carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing the bill. I recommend your support, but I want to go further than that and say that it was because of the carrier of the bill that we got it to this place in the first place. The carrier of the bill was the one that made the recommendation to the Kansas Judicial Council, where we worked over the summertime. He's the one that set up the Special Committee on Civil Asset Forfeiture, and he was the one even last year trying to herd cats as we tried to find some sort of a compromise that was never to be made because, as he explained earlier, we were that far apart and no resolution could be made. But we got it there, and so I appreciate all of the work that went into it. This is a good bill. This is not a perfect bill. This is not one that I think that there were many changes that lots of people on both sides could have made to this to swing it one way or the other. But this is the first time in my 2 terms here in the legislature that we've gotten anything out of Judiciary Committee, and we have tried multiple times. This is the first time we're debating it on the House floor. This is, I think, a good, sound piece of legislation that is going to do significant work to affecting change here in Kansas as it relates to civil asset forfeiture. And I would urge your support on 2606. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the carrier of the bill has a large capacity for accepting praise, so let me add my voice to those who have praised his work. It was mentioned in our caucus, and it should be mentioned here on the floor and to go out across the state of Kansas, that had we not already honored our colleague of the past, Gail Finney, this bill would rightfully be called the Gail Finney Civil Asset Forfeiture Reform Bill. She had more than one passion. We recognized one of those passions last year, and thank you for that. But she had a passion for this area. She was a pioneer in championing reform. And if she was here today, I would imagine she would be one that said she would like to see it go further in terms of protecting the liberties of private individuals. But knowing Gail, I think she would stand alongside us and say, this is good. Please vote yes. And in her name, that's what I intend to do. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Thank you very much, and I would completely agree with the previous speaker that the late Representative Finney would be very pleased with this. I would also agree that for me personally, I do wish in some ways this legislation would go further, but I also realize that good legislation, when we're all working together to find a common solution that makes better Kansas, is certainly the best legislation. While I appreciate the kind words, I don't feel that they're deserved because nothing in this body happens without a team. Sometimes we're united, sometimes we're divided, but at the end of the day, we are one team. And with that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HB 2606 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owens to report House Bill 2606 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends House Bills 2590, 2560, 2601, 2646, 2703, 2783, 2663, 2715, and 2606 be passed. House Bills 2101, 2711, 2385, 2741, and 2645 be passed as amended, and House Bill 2494 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Speaker recognizes Representative Roshes to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Before I announce agenda today, I got an interesting text from somebody named Taylor Swift, who is wondering if we need a motion to re-refer if the majority leader skips a bill. Bingo. Now then, for even more fun, we will adjourn to agenda as soon as we recess 152 South. Thank you.
The Speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Yeah, since we're keeping with that, Republicans will calendar immediately upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 1:01 p.m. or 13:01.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 23, 292, 333, 359, 384, and 387. Senate Bill 23 by the Joint Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Benefits, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, Kansas Public Employees Retirement Fund, investment standards, eliminating the statutory 15% alternative investment percentage limit thereto, requiring the Board of Trustees to set alternative investment percentage limit, increasing the statutory alternative investment percentage limit to 20%. Senate Bill 292 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning veterans and military, updating certain provisions related to the Kansas Army and Air National Guard, providing for the appointment of a state judge advocate, increasing monthly disability and death benefits, providing for the adjustment of such disability and death benefits. Senate Bill 333 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning the state use law, the expiration provision for the State Use Law Committee. Senate Bill 359 by Senators Warren, Alley, and others, an act concerning motor vehicles relating to distinctive license plates, providing for the Kansas City Chiefs license plate, the Sporting Kansas City license plate, the Sedgwick County Zoo license plate, the Kansas City Royals license plate, and the Kansas City Current license plate. Senate Bill 384 by Committee on Local Government, an act concerning health and healthcare relating to emergency medical services, staffing of ambulances, authorizing the Emergency Medical Services Board to grant certain permanent variances from rules and regulations. Senate Bill 387 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to school districts, open enrollment, providing for continued enrollment of students who attend a school district of non-residents, allowing parents to appeal the denial of an open enrollment application.
The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Waymaster to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, good afternoon. The first item of business is House Bill 2754. And for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2754, the chair recognizes Representative Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2754 today, and there were no amendments from committee on the bill. You know, despite their home rule power, counties cannot currently exempt themselves from state law requiring local health officers to make a sanitary inspection of school buildings and grounds. The intent of 2754 would allow counties to opt out of conducting school sanitary inspections pursuant to home rule powers granted to counties under the County Home Rule Act. Actually, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the counties could exempt from school sanitary inspections, but that option was removed during the 2020 special session of the state legislature. In many cases, the inspection is duplicative of other inspections that are required to be performed. The only thing that the counties cannot opt out of in terms of the inspections are other duties by the local health officer specified in Kansas KSA 65202, and they could not exempt them from being performed. Testimony in committee was provided, and this is all proponent, Johnson County Department of Health and Environment, the Kansas Association of Local Health Departments, and the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners. There were no opponents, and in written testimony, the following health departments were proponents for this bill. The counties of Butler, Grant, McPherson, Morton, and Wyandotte, as well as the Kansas Association of Counties, were all written proponents. There was no neutral testimony, and there is no fiscal effect as a result of this bill. And Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Barth. The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. Carrie did an excellent job describing it. If you support home rule, you would support this, and it really just makes sense. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, if there's no further discussion, Representative Goddard, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close and move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2754 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Goddard to report House Bill 2754 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2755. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2755, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you. Body, today I bring you House Bill 2755 that has to do with bail bonds. And just as a little bit of an overview, when a person is arrested and charged with a crime, a judge will review the case and determine what bonding conditions are sufficient to assure both the appearance and the public safety. Two things. In determining the amount of the bail, the court is required in our statutes to consider at least 13 different factors. These include the crime that's charged, family and community ties, criminal history, appearance history, employment, and so on. After the evaluation, the court exercises discretion in setting a bond amount and any conditions that the court determines are appropriate. The court can grant a personal reconnaissance or a signature bond, or set a cash or professional surety bond. If the defendant appears for all their court appearances until the case is resolved, then the liability is released. And in the event of a full cash bond, the cash is refunded. If the defendant does not appear in court, the court will declare a forfeiture of the bail. The bondsman has a minimum of 60 days to return the defendant to custody and request that the forfeiture be set aside. If that does not happen, then the DA files a motion and the judge enters judgment upon them. So this bill is brought to you by the Judiciary Committee, and it addresses two things: public safety and the reputation of the bond industry. How does it do that? Public safety, it addresses concerns with discount bond practices, which have caused public safety concerns in Kansas communities and in Wichita in particular. And then It also enhances the professionalism of the bail industry by ensuring that bondsmen operate in, that are operating in municipal courts or district courts are operating on a level playing field, and that they're in statutory compliance. It establishes criminal background checks for those who are wanting to be bondsmen. It establishes a list of prohibited behavior. So this bill, which comes to you from the Bondsman Association that they voted on and brought before us, again, has two particular parts: public safety and the professionalism of the bail bond industry. That's the basis of the bill. It sets a minimum of 10% for the bond. 5% can be paid up front, and then the rest can be in payments. This is a bit of a complicated bill. It's a bit of a complicated industry. So if you have questions, I would be more than willing to stand for questions. There were proponents from law enforcement and the bonds industry. There was just one opponent that had to do with municipal court. It was a municipal court judge, and we did alleviate that concern by adding that this stipulation has to be approved by the municipal court judge. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions. Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promise I won't be tedious, but I rise in opposition to this bill. And let me give you 4 different reasons as to why you should oppose this bill. The first and foremost is that it's an intertrade debate. This is regulations brought about by the Bail Agency Association on behalf of their association on things that they are already doing. They're trying to regulate the industry to create laws on things that they are already doing to the exclusion of any other bail bondsmen out there that are doing things that they don't approve of. That is not the way that you solve conflict within your industry, is to come to the Kansas legislature and try to regulate that out of existence. The next thing is, the next thing is that they never actually showed that there was any harm being done in this legislation. They gave an example in the testimony of, say, you've got a $500,000 bond, and now at 10%, you're at $50,000. And a bail bondsman that doesn't adhere to the 10% regulation might come in at $25,000, might come in at $5,000. And then somebody's going to go out and do a harm. They've cited examples that there are harms that are being done. Those harms that are being done by bad people committing bad crimes. But that is not the fault of the bail that was being set. If they went out at $50,000 and did that bad thing, I guarantee you the Bail Agents Association would not come to us and say, 10% is too low. We need to make sure that it's 20% to ensure that bad people don't do bad things. This isn't the problem. The bail itself is not the problem. The third reason that I think you should not support the bill is that many of these issues are already solved locally. Take, for instance, one of them, one of the regulations that they're putting into place, which is you cannot distribute cards at a local jail or solicit at a local jail. We've already heard testimony that a lot of these, the counties that this exists in do not allow it. It is already being solved for. But again, they're coming to the legislature to try to regulate an issue that is already being taken care of at the local level. And when it is not, there probably is a good reason for it. And it doesn't necessarily need to be done at the Kansas level. But one of the other large things, and the final point, is the reason that we only see on the proponents, other than the opponent, which was the municipal court judge, which we did help in the amendments, the reason that it's overwhelmingly stacked on proponents is because this bill came into existence and was filed 1 week before the hearing. It came to judiciary 2 days before the hearing. It moved from corrections into judiciary. The hearing itself was given less than 48 hours notice that it even was going to happen, let alone that it was in judiciary in the first place. Of course, the only proponents were, the only people for the most part were proponents from the agency that set this up in the first place. That stacks the deck. We're not hearing the full picture. Now, maybe we can sort this out next year when we actually have a full, robust debate on this and come to resolutions on it. But we are not getting the full picture in this bill. So again, for all of those reasons, I am not supporting it, and I would recommend you don't as well. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HB 2755. I would like to commence my remarks today with an apology to the chair of the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. While this bill was pending, I don't know whether it was still while it was in corrections or after it went to judiciary, I was contacted by email by at least one and perhaps 2 or 3 municipal court judges. I try to make it my practice to monitor my email almost constantly during the session. I try to respond to my constituents' concerns and their observations literally while I'm on the floor here. Some of you may have received email from me that was late at night at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, because when I can't sleep, I do my email. But where I erred is, as many of us have at one time or another, sometimes you don't pause long enough between getting an email, typing an email, and sending an email. And I received a communication from municipal court judge, as best I recall, that was questioning why this legislation was moving so quickly. And I incorrectly volunteered that perhaps it was because the chair of the Corrections Committee had long been a part of or affiliated with the bail bond industry. And I don't want to get into the exact language because it would only repeat or republish what I said that were improvident words about my chair. The chair of the Corrections Committee is a hardworking person. He is a man of integrity. As you saw from the last bill that we heard, he has done a lot to advance criminal justice issues during his tenure in the legislature, and particularly during his tenure of the chair as the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. And so I want to extend my personal apologies to the chair for the email that I sent out that I understand was then republished by several other municipal court judges. It's impossible to track down everybody who may have received an email, because once it goes viral, it's out there. And so I hope that by making that apology here publicly from the well of the House, that my friend, the chair of corrections, will forgive me. Now, that notwithstanding, I do have to address this bill on its merits. It's hard for me to know where to start, but a good starting place is with the Kansas Bill of Rights in Section 9 of the Kansas Bill of Rights, and this was adopted at our original Constitutional Convention. It provides bail, fines, cruel and unusual punishment. All persons shall be bailable by sufficient sureties except for capital offenses. And then just to skip forward, it goes on to say, with respect to bail, excessive bail shall not be required. And then it goes on to talk about fines and cruel and unusual punishment. So in Kansas, as well as under federal law, there is a right to bail, and there is a right to use a surety to post the bail. And surety generally means insurance company, or it could also be posted in cash bail or bonding companies, if you will, that have pledged sufficient assets to secure the bond. And so keeping that in mind, there are a number of people who understandably don't like the concept that people who commit heinous crimes short of murder short of capital murder, death penalty murder, are able to bail out. And as a result, people who do bad things do bail out because they have a constitutional right to bail out of jail. And then they proceed to do something bad again. And that makes the criminal justice system look bad. It makes the judge look bad. It makes the bail bond system look bad. It hurts people. But it's a constitutional right in this state. So what in part I think brings us here are some unfortunate circumstances in Wichita where some people who were accused of heinous crimes bailed out of jail and then committed more crimes. And law enforcement understandably was exasperated. Describes it, I think some describe it as catch and release, that we catch the person who did it and they're out on the street inside of 24 hours or less, and then they do something else. And they found it offensive that some bonding companies in Wichita charge less than others. And I think they felt like that perhaps bonds ought to be set in an amount such that the person bonding out would have to post a substantial amount of cash, presumably by way of the premium paid to the bonding company or paid to the insurance company that the bonding company goes to get the bond. Those things, as our bonding system works today, are what the Constitution requires, and they have bad effects. This legislation, however, doesn't fix that problem. This legislation instead does something else. And what it really says at its core is that all bonds in Kansas require the posting or the payment of a 10% premium to the bonding agent, to the bonding industry, to the insurance company that in some cases secures the bond. The problem, of course, is that the purpose of bond is to adequately secure the appearance of the defendant for trial and other proceedings and protect the public safety in those cases where there is a clear showing of a need to do so. There are other models that could be used. And in fact, the Kansas Supreme Court, approximately 4 years ago, and I'm sorry, I have the copy of the report someplace in that mess that I call my desk upstairs, but the Kansas Supreme Court commissioned a task force on pretrial detention. And they probably met actively for what only would have been about a year, but COVID intervened, and so it took 2 or 3 years, I think, before the final report came out. But that task force was composed of law enforcement, prosecutors, defense lawyers, sociologists, people in the corrections field, citizens, a very broad base. And in fact, my compliments go to the Chief Judge of the Kansas Court of Appeals, Karen Arnold Berger, who chaired that task force. She was also kind enough to invite Chairman Patton, Vice Chairman Ralph, and myself as the then ranking member of Judiciary to attend their opening meetings. I don't think any of us were on the task force. It may well be that our chair of corrections may have been on that task force himself. I'm not sure. There were obviously a number of people from the bail bond industry there. And they came up with a number of recommendations about what we could do with the sad circumstance of the bail bond industry in Kansas. There are scientific measures, sociological measures that can determine who is and who's not with perfection, but can generally determine who is and who's not a risk for flight. There are other ways to secure the attendance of a defendant other than the posting of bond. The most obvious one is the so-called ankle bracelet. There are steps that can be taken to identify who is a risk and who is not, because the purpose of bond is not to punish, but again, it's to guarantee the appearance of the defendant. Unfortunately, this bill does not truly implement those recommendations. Instead, this is the bail bond industry's bill. There are the traditional bail bonds people who use the model that either they purchase the bond or secure the bond through insurance, or they post property or other security, and the standard rate is and has always been 10%, except in some aggravated cases where I've heard of 15%. There are new entrants, though, into the industry who use a different model. They go to investors and they capitalize their business with money like any other investor in a business. They don't necessarily have to pay a premium to the insurance company. They will bond people out for less than the standard 10%. I've heard, and I don't know, but I've heard that they will even write in some cases a 2% bond. But they also will accept installment payments as well. In other words, the person bonding out, let's say if it's a $500,000 bond and they're going to pay a 5% bond, that'd be $25,000, they may accept 5 installments of $5,000 every month or some other basis. I believe that the traditional bail bonding industry doesn't like this. They like the way it's always worked. They like charging their 10% premium, which is never refunded to the defendant or his family or her family. That's taken by the bondsman. And I believe that part of their complaint, if you will, is that they're being undercut in a capitalistic, competitive marketplace. I believe that people who finance a business have a right to charge what the traffic will bear. I believe that if you can run your business on a different business model, you can charge less than your competitor. But what this bill actually says is that we're going to set 10% as the minimum, and we're going to say you have to post at least half of that 10% at the time you bond out. That is a restraint of trade. There was a time when many professions set their fees based upon a fee schedule, and that it was an unethical practice to charge less than what the professional fee schedule provided. When I was a little boy, my dad was an architect. It was 5%. If you did a project for 4%, you could lose your license. That was unethical. I think many of you may recall when the real estate profession charged a standard 6%. But today, you can sometimes find real estate agents who will list your property for less. But when the government or the industry fixes a minimum charge or a service in a competitive marketplace, that is a restraint of trade. That is not what we should be involved in. Now, there are concerns about the security, or the financial stability or qualifications of a bondsman. I'm sorry, the side talk is distracting to me. I hope it's not to other members. But there are circumstances. Let me back up. I got a little distracted. Under the law right now, bonding companies and sureties, it's up to the judge to decide who has the financial wherewithal and the adequate security to practice the profession. If the district court judge, and I think now a municipal court judge for municipal court cases, finds that a bonding person is unqualified or not financially stable, they don't have to accept a bond from that surety. That is an example of local control. I would suggest to you the best person to know about the standing in the community and the financial wherewithal of a bondsperson in your county is probably the judge in your county. This law, however, purports to instead impose minimum payment schedules and standards and take away, if you will, that local control. You also heard an explanation from the ranking member that this bill purports to limit the manner in which bonding companies can advertise or market their services. Once again, the district court judge inside his or her courthouse, or the municipal court judge inside his or her courthouse, the sheriff in his or her jail, the city or the county, they can all restrict those commercial activities today under local power, local control. And although I practiced in the civil system of the law, I think I've probably practiced in roughly 80 of the 104, 105 courthouses in this state. And you will find that it's done differently in different counties. Some counties don't want the bail bonds people anywhere around. Other counties literally set up coffee rooms or rest areas, etc., where the bonds people sit between the courtroom and the jail, and that's how it works efficiently in that county for people to find people to bail them out of jail. And so to there's an extent there's any problem with that, there's already the authority to adequately deal with aggressive or inappropriate marketing techniques by bonds people. We certainly do not need a one-size-fits-all solution because it works very well in some counties to literally have the bonds people sitting there drinking coffee at the front door to the jail. If your county doesn't want that, they don't have to have that. So, to sum this all up, I'm concerned, very, very concerned about this legislation. I think it is an attempt to force new entrants into a business who charge less than the old guard, to force them out of business. I think that this is an attempt to limit the ability of bonds people to market their services. I think that this bill is ill-crafted because it's not based upon the hard work of the Kansas Supreme Court's task force. But most importantly, this bill discriminates on the basis of wealth. If a $500,000 bond is set for a rich man's son, Daddy will pay the $50,000 and the boy will be out of jail right away. If a poor man or a poor man's son is set for a $500,000 bond, they're going to need to find a discount bondsman to bail them out of jail, and they may need to make payments. And I believe that in an attempt to protect the old guard of the bonding business and the bonding industry, we are favoring rich over poor, and instead of doing that, we need to implement the recommendations of the task force. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whack.
The chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So much to unpack here with this bail system. Many of you probably don't know that in Sedgwick County at one time, as a young man, I was in fact a bail bondsman. At that time, there were two other African-American bail bondsmen that practiced in Sedgwick County, the 18th Judicial District Court, and both of those bail bondsmen were under the employ of uh, of another bonding company, and the owner of that company, or those two individual companies, happened to be Caucasian. I never, I had no intention on being a bail bondsman. Someone that I know had gotten in trouble in Oklahoma, and a family member went to get them out, and they asked me for some cash to get them out of jail. And I certainly didn't, I just didn't understand, how do you get somebody out of jail with cash? My kudos to the bringer of the bill for the explanation that was given earlier with respect to the cash bail system. But when it started, the purpose of the cash bail system was so that an individual and or their family could produce a certain amount of cash, and that was to ensure that they would then return to court and all subsequent court dates. And when disposition was set, then they would then be given that amount of cash back. Somewhere around, I think it was like early 1900, they deviated from that. I think it was somewhere on the West Coast, and that's when they began implementing the bond system, whereby you didn't actually produce cash, you just had the ability to have something of value that would cover that amount of cash, and then therefore the court would simply allow you to sign a piece of paper, and that would cover that dollar amount, and you would get out. I can't say that I was the first person in Kansas to do it as a surety, but certainly in the 18th Judicial Court, there was an issue with it. I had no intention of being a bondsman. I was just asking questions, but every time they would pose a new question and I would go get a new answer, I was actually getting one step closer to being a bondsman. So it became kind of a challenge with me because they were upsetting me by trying to discount or make light of my inquiries. And so I took it as far as I could. And in fact, the only other time before coming here to be sworn in that I'd ever been in this building is when I was forced to come here and get a notice signed by the governor, though I never did see the governor. It was just an assistant of someone that was giving direction to the 18th Judicial District Court to allow me to write bonds. So there's quite a history of trying to keep people out when it comes to this particular industry. With respect to the bond amounts, they just perpetuate racial disparities. For those of you that live in the Wichita area, if you'll remember, sometime back in November, there was a young man that was racing a motorcycle. I believe he was out on Webb Road. A vehicle came by, kind of interrupted their race. It was a truck. There was an elderly couple that was in the truck. He got upset because I guess they interrupted his race, and he chased them down, pulled out a handgun, and shot through the back glass and killed the woman that was in the vehicle. He subsequently was arrested and released on a $500 bond. At or about that same time, there was another individual who happened to be African American. The first one was Caucasian. There was another individual within a 2-week period that was charged with a second-degree murder, whereby, unfortunately, the deceased is not here to say, to tell his side of the story of what happened, but it was said to be an accidental shooting. But he was subsequently charged with second-degree murder, and his bond was set at $2 million. Those are the kind of disparities that we look at when race is involved. And I understand that there's a list of things that the judges look at, you know, and I will add skin color to that list because of that. And you don't have to listen to me. You know, everybody's got Google, you can look it up. It is a thing. I know we've had discussion on this floor before, like, why do you always bring up race? It's not always about race, but when it is about race, if I don't bring it up, who will? I'd like to ask the bringer of the bill a question, if she would so indulge. So my question is, with respect to this bill, what it addresses is the idea that there are persons that are being released from jail and they are paying less than the 10% regulated bail amount, correct?
That's part of it, yeah.
That's part of it. Okay. Second question, would you say that, and maybe you don't know because you're not in the industry, but over the last, let's say 10 years, that the bail amounts that have been set in the court system by the judges has increasingly gone up?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on violent crime has gone up, so that could be applicable. That could be true.
Okay. And again, you don't have to believe the guy standing at the well. You can look it up. Those bail amounts have increasingly gone up, certainly over the last 10 years. That was the only question, nothing difficult. So with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Representative Carr, would you explain your amendment?
And as long as the amendment appears, it's really not that long. Essentially, what the amendment calls for is, as one of my colleagues stated earlier, there was a task force that addressed a lot of the issues with respect to the bail bond system, and basically, this amendment is just asking for that task force to be put together with the sole purpose of reforming our bail bond system so that we don't have so much disparity in the bail system with respect to the price or the cost or the amount of the bail that's set.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? The clerk will read.
On page 1, following line 8, by inserting new section 1, paren A, there is hereby established a bail reform task force. The task force shall be composed of the following members. 1, the chairperson of the Standing House Committee on...
Reading's been waived. To discuss the amendment, are you done explaining your amendment, Representative Carr?
I am.
For the amendment, Representative Carmichael. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. So we've had the pretrial justice task force. The representative from Sedgwick explained to you all that he was disappointed because there wasn't a bill that came from that task force. We've had it. It was a big event. Chief Judge from the appellate court was the leader, and no bills were brought out of there. And that was part of what the representative from Sedgwick said. They so welcome to have those bills introduced. Let's do that. Let's hear what they came up with. There is a report that they came out with, but nothing came of it. So if something is good in that report, let's hear it. But we've done the task force, and I would encourage you to vote no on this amendment because we don't need this task force. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Carr amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for the carrier of the amendment, please. I just want to make sure that I understand and that we are clear. Your amendment would substitute, if you will, the operative language in the current bill and instead form the task force. Is that correct? Or is the task force in addition to what is already in the bill?
You are correct with your first statement.
Well, this is the exact solution for what the chair of judiciary proposes. We've had the task force, but apparently nobody came up with a bill. So the legislature can put together its task force, and we come back in January, we'll have a bill. This is a good idea. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Carr amendment? All right, seeing none, Representative Carr, you may close.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The task force has, or the implementation of a task force that creates a bill, has several proponents. One of those being my Sedgwick County Sheriff, Sheriff Jeff Easter, who has been on record as saying that there is the need or the requirement for some sort of an equal middle. I know that there are many that, including myself, that really oppose the use of the cash bail system because your freedom, my freedom, no one's freedom should ever be contingent upon your financial ability to pay anything. It's a horrible place to be when our freedom is based on the amount of money that we have either in our pockets or just at our disposal. I don't believe that that's what this democratic system was set up to do, but unfortunately with this cash bail system, that is what it is doing. I am not reaching that far, but I do believe that some reform needs to take place. Things have gotten out of hand. And you, again, contact the officials in your own areas. Use your best friend, Google. No one denies that fact. So I urge you to support this amendment so that we can come up with something that's better for the constituents in Kansas. I also might add this. 80% of the people that get caught up in the jail and bail system are indigent, meaning that they can't even afford to pay for an attorney. So again, this is one of those things that it only hurts the poor. Those that are wealthy, they get out. In fact, those that are wealthy don't even have the requirement, unless it's specifically called out by a judge, that there be a surety. They can simply write a check and then just wait until the disposition is set, and they'll get that money back from the court. It will just be holding it, if you will, in a savings account that draws no interest. And with that, I close.
All right, you've heard the motion by Representative Carr to amend House Bill 2755. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Representative Carr?
I can't support this bill without the amendment. Again, this is just another one of those instances where where we're here to do damage to the poor. For me, it's disgraceful that it seems like we're always in the same place with this body. I've been in the position of the poor, and you don't have a voice. And certainly, not only do you not have a voice, but you don't have a get-out-of-jail-free card either. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 31 years in law enforcement, been there, done that, still a member of the Kansas Sheriff's Association. On behalf of the Kansas Sheriff Association, I strongly support this bill, and I think that the carrier of this bill is 110% right. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been an attorney for about 27 years. About 23 of those years I spent in criminal defense work, and the industry standard on bonding had, for the most part, been 10% that entire time. Recent discount bonding has arisen. Some of it is on an ideological basis. People are just opposed to the idea of cash bonding. The problem is that what's happened in response to that is the courts have simply increased the amounts of the bond. The representative from Wichita is right. The amounts of the bonds have increased over the years. And this is in a direct response to this discount bonding practice. The courts simply raised the bond in order to make sure that the defendant returns to court and that isn't a flight risk, and it results in people not being able to bond out, rich or poor, frankly. The representative from Wichita who spoke previously noted the constitutional right to be bonded and noted the constitutional right not to have excessive bond. But the problem with this discount bonding practice is that it's pushed the courts to actually impose excessive bonds. And so this bill addresses that problem of ensuring that the courts do not impose excessive bonds. And so I would urge you to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 2755, Representative Humphreys, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things to unpack, so bear with me just a little bit. I'll make it quick. In response to a few of the things that were said, I think it's important to realize that this bill did come from the Bonding Association. It is a group of the insurance bonders, the property, it was a whole group. And some of the discount bonders are also board members of that group. And maybe it did seem a little late because they were working out all the details themselves. They were figuring out, they were voting, they were talking, what are we going to be willing to do, what are we not? So for them, I think it was a bit of a compromise, and it did come to us a little bit late. But we did have an opportunity. Everyone knew it was coming. It's been coming the whole session. So anyone had the opportunity to be preparing their proponent or opponent testimony. Of course, we know the Senate, if we pass it, the Senate will also have an opportunity, and others will have an opportunity to hear more about it. As far as there were some, it was brought up a couple times that, you know, we don't want bondsmen to be sitting at the jail and so on. And the bill did say something about that, but that was struck out in committee in an amendment. So that was kind of taken care of. Again, and then some of the other things, the part about it being, is it constitutional? The U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to non-excessive bail, and the Kansas Constitution provides that a defendant shall be bailable bailable by sufficient solvent sureties in non-capital cases. So there's a right that bail not be excessive. It doesn't say it has to be free, or doesn't say it has to be affordable. And this has been affirmed by Federal Court of Appeals rulings. The other section was, the other thing that I'm going to address sort of broadly is the fact that we've heard that maybe you have to be wealthy to be able to do this. And I'm going to say that there are other kinds of bonds. There's bonds you can get out on your own personal reconnaissance, or the OR bonds. Those are all free. Only if the court sets a monetary bond do we have this situation. And I think it's really important to realize that if you are poor, if you are indigent, arrestees who are unable to post a required bond due to indigency can procedurally execute a poverty affidavit with the court. KSA 22-280810 guarantees that a person for whom conditions of release are imposed and who continues to be detained as a result of one's inability to meet the conditions of release shall be entitled, upon application, to have the conditions reviewed without unnecessary delay by the magistrate who opposed them. So the magistrate can amend the order, and with application, you can get that indigency motion passed. The last thing I'll talk about is just that kind of free market situation. Every law or regulation has some sort of anti-competitive impact. Free market is applicable when everything is equal: licensing, oversight, cost, court enforcement. But in any highly regulated industry, there are regulations, and sometimes it's monetary. Think of the insurance industry. They set minimums and maximums, and that is set too, and we don't think of that as anti-competitive. So I will sum it all up. That was just some of the responses, I would say, to some of the arguments that were made in general. But in the end, I would say this is about, again, two things: public safety, and we had law enforcement come and testify positively about this bill, and it's also about the reputation of the bond agents, all of them doing this kind of work. And so I will end with that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2755 favorably for passage.
All right, you've heard the motion by Representative Humphries to report House Bill 2755 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2605, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2605, the chair recognizes Representative Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So House Bill 2605 it addresses the statutory rate that the Board of Indigent Defense Services can pay to attorneys who provide indigent defense services for those who are impoverished and need a court-appointed attorney. Currently, the statutory rate is $80 an hour, and while the Board of Indigent Defense Services has been paying about $100 an hour recently, that's been done by a proviso. It's not part of the statutory scheme. So this bill would propose to provide in the statute that the Board of Indigent Defense Services can pay between $120 and $140 per hour. Now, obviously, the BID's regulatory system would actually set that rate where it is. I think at the moment they're proposing 120, but they wanted to set that range so that they didn't have to come back every year and ask for an increase every time they had to change the billing rate. So again, as I've mentioned previously, I've been an attorney for many years and did a lot of criminal defense work under the Indigent Defense Program. And frankly, it did generate cash flow, but it did not generate profit. So if you didn't have sufficient private business, it would just cause you the glide slope before you crashed or went bankrupt was extended because you had cash flow. $80 an hour is just unsustainable for most criminal defense attorneys, and even 120 would probably be pushing it in this inflationary time. So this bill would change change that system. There were no amendments in committee. The proponents were pretty much the Board of Indigent Defense Service and the Kansas Bar Association. There were no opponents and no neutral testimony. There is a bit of a fiscal note on it because obviously the idea is that we would be increasing billable hours by assigned counsel. And so there's a $3.8 million fiscal note on that. But ultimately, we also have a problem with not enough attorneys, especially in the western counties. And so if we increase this rate, we would help alleviate that lack of the lack of attorneys in the state who are taking these cases, and that would allow us to move these cases through the courts in a more of an efficient manner. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
For discussion on House Bill 2605, the chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of HB 2605. This I consider to be the most important bill that passed out of judiciary last year and didn't get above the line. I'm glad that it was reintroduced this year by the carrier and that we have a chance to actually vote on this. It is funds that we are already expending through appropriations. That's not the best way to go about doing it because there's no guarantee it's going to keep going on into the future. We just need to put it into law so it can be part of the budget. This is absolutely necessary, and so I stand in support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 2605, Representative Mon, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One final note before I close is that we spend a lot of money out of this chamber or out of this state house. Not a lot of it is constitutionally mandated. Providing indigent defense services to criminal defendants is one of those things that is constitutionally mandated. And so I would urge you to vote for this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2605 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Mon to report House Bill 2605 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2784. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2784, the chair recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there were amendments in committee. I move the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Okay. Body, the 2784 comes from Health and Human Services and was dealing with an issue with the insurance department and with KDADs. But it was not an issue with KDADs until there was a solution. The insurance department currently has the oversight over the continuing care retirement communities, which is the CCRCs. House Bill 2784 would transfer the authority for certification of continuing care community facilities from the Kansas Insurance Department to the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. Continuing care retirement community means any place or facility that combines a range of housing and services to encompass the continuum of aging care needs provided at an independent living facility, an assisted living facility, a residential care, healthcare facility, a skilled nursing facility within a single place or facility to avoid the need for residents to relocate to separate places or facility over a period of time. The provision of community care includes the multiple levels of care provided within the continuing care retirement community. Currently, when violations occur, the Kansas Insurance Department has no mechanism to enforce corrective actions or to levy fines. KDADS has greater authority to inspect facilities, to enforce corrective actions, and even to levy penalties if necessary. The bill would require the creation of an ongoing monitor of licensure and regulatory oversight of independent living facilities and homes. In the amendments, there was created a separate definition for continuing care retirement communities. The bill was amended to strike Section 9 and insert language governing certification appeals under the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act and judicial review and in accordance with the Kansas Judicial Review Act. There were only proponents in this measure, and they were state officials and private officials within the industry. It has a fiscal note with the transfer of 6 FTEs and 2 vehicles, and that is towards this monitoring system that would be take place, and that's a fiscal note of $650,000. It does match what we see to be the Better Way plan, and that's continuing to increase the protection of the vulnerable in our society. I believe that's all I have for now. I would stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Discussion on House Bill 2784. The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a good job of explaining a bit of a complicated bill, and I support the bill, support HB 2784.
The chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Will the carrier of the bill stand for questions?
I just want to answer before you ask the first question. Yes, I have carried a bill before.
That's not the question. I just wondered if we're transferring it from the Kansas Insurance Department to KDADS. That makes sense, but are we transferring the employees that were in charge of that program over to KDADS, or are we adding more full-time employees?
We are not transferring any employees. I don't know where the additional would come from, but I can get that answer for you.
All right, thank you. I know the concern is of a lot of members in this body of adding more FTEs to the state of Kansas. So I think it's something we need to know. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
I just want to address the representative from Hayes' questions. One employee in the insurance department was trying to get this done, and it was being done inadequately. In fact, we were in violation of CMS directives. So although there is not going to be a real transfer of FTEs from one department to another, we're going to create an entity which will do this right, and our funding will not be jeopardized. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Berquist, you may close.
I didn't even have to call a friend. That's very good. Appreciate the help on that answer. And Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports House Bill 2784 favorably for passage.
Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Berquist to report House Bill 2784 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2623. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2623, the chair recognizes Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand before you with the opportunity to talk about some veterans issues today, and that is an honor. Many of you are veterans, and I appreciate your service. Most of you will know that there is a Veterans Administration and that there are 4 facilities throughout the state of Kansas, 1 in Leavenworth, 1 in Topeka, and 2 in Wichita. What you may not be aware of is the relationship that the Veterans Service Organizations have with the Veterans Administration. And this bill works to improve the training the Veterans Service Organizations have in helping veterans with their claims in the VA. It puts in place a stringent training process from the federal government called TRIP that allows service organizations to properly help with claims. We are a part of that because we have a cooperative effort with the veteran service organizations to provide services to veterans. With that explanation, I would be glad to stand for questions on House Bill 2623.
For discussion in regards to House Bill 2623, the chair recognizes Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing the bill and what it does. It's basically updating what's going on in the KCVA right now. And it's going to help our veterans now and in the future. And I hope you will support this bill. Thank you very much. Good job.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2623, Representative Hill, you may close.
Thank you. I ask that when the body rises and reports, you support House Bill 2623 favorably.
Many have heard the motion by Representative Hill to report House Bill 2623 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2745, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2745, the chair recognizes Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee reports, committee amendments, and I move for the adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise before the body today to present House Bill 2745, which is an act that would amend occupational licensing requirements. The bill would require that an application by a military spouse of an active duty military service member be considered a complete application without the submission of the fees. Those individuals would also be exempt from all fees assessed by a licensing body, including application, licensing, registration, certification, or permit fees. All licensing bodies would be required to adopt rules and regulations to implement those provisions. Family, in 2020, the United States Department of Defense released a report entitled Military Spouse Licensure: State Best Practices and Strategies for Achieving Reciprocity. According to the DoD, military spouses face an unemployment rate of 24%, which is significantly higher than the national unemployment rate. This discrepancy is due to the high mobility rate of military life, which me and my family have lived as well. According to a DoD news release, they said, quote, implementing licensure portability measures will help reduce employment barriers for military spouses, improving military family stability and their quality of life. House Bill 2745 is another positive step in helping the military families adjust to life in Kansas. This legislation, as I said, would waive and exempt the spouses of active duty military members from all application, licensing, registration, certification, and permit fees associated with an occupational license. Adoption of this policy would save military families money and, in many cases, allow military spouses to enter the Kansas workforce more quickly. This bill was introduced by the Kansas Chamber for this legislation at the request of the Chamber's Military Affairs Council. Now, just so you understand, this council provides civilian support to military posts and bases all across Kansas, like Fort Leavenworth and McConnell Air Force Base, and it engages in every component of the military and veteran spectrum with special attention paid to the well-being of veterans as a substantial component of regional workforce. The council works diligently to provide support to the installations, to their members, to their spouses as well, in an ongoing effort to show the United States Department of Defense that Kansas is a great home for military families and their operations. And Kansas has made significant strides in improving the state's occupational licensure climate, with legislature, when I first got here, passing House Bill 2066, which built on the occupational licensing reciprocity statutes for the military. And while the state of Kansas has taken those steps to assist in removing the red tape so that entering into the Kansas workforce by military spouses is easier, there's more that could be done and should be done. Eliminating licensure and application fees would save military families precious resources, and that way they can actually be retained inside of our workforce. Just to be clear, this bill does not exempt anyone from the fact that they have to have a license in Kansas. It merely frees them from the fees associated with that application. And there was some question that we had earlier about the background checks sometimes that are required by KBI. This bill, as we saw in committee, does not get rid of those fees for KBI background checks. It just says that we're not going to have that go to the agency. That'll be in SGF. Finally, House Bill 2745 is aimed at providing benefits and support to our military families, and it should also be noted that it would benefit Kansas employers for their search for talented and experienced workers. Again, it makes another positive change by proposing to exempt military spouses from the licensure and registration fees on HB 2745. In-person testimony, my friends, was given for this bill by a representative of the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce, by a military veteran named Tamara Ray, who's the Director of Military Employment Strategy at a place called Home Base Wichita, and Colonel John Buckley of the Greater Wichita Advisory Board. Written only testimony was also given by Commissioner Ryan Beatty of the Sedgwick County Board of County Commissioners, a representative of the Kansas Chamber, and Jonathan McRoy, a retired Air Force veteran and the Commissioner on the Kansas African American Affairs Commission. In-person neutral testimony was provided by Larry Cairns, who is the Executive Director of the Kansas Board of Technical Officials. As I close this out, according to the fiscal note that was prepared by the Division of Budget on the bill, as introduced the Insurance Department, the Abstractors Board of Examiners, the Kansas Real Estate Commission, the Real Estate Appraisal Board, the Board of Technical Professions, the Board of Mortuary Arts, and the Hearing Instruments Board of Examiners all indicate that they have no data on military spouses, and therefore the amount of revenue loss cannot be estimated. The Insurance Department further states that it would have to change programming and business rules with the National Insurance Producer Registration to eliminate the fee for spouses, but additional expenditures could be absorbed within their existing resources. This bill had one amendment in committee, Mr. Chairman. There was an amendment to clarify the definition of applicant so that it includes and clarifies that that is military, active duty, and active duty military spouse, and that there's space there for the intent to move into the state due to military assignment or military orders. Again, body, this is a common sense bill. It is good public policy. And with that in mind, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Committee discussion in regards to House Bill 2745. The chair recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous speaker did a very good and thorough job explaining the bill. I encourage your support.
The chair recognizes Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this bill. Legislation such as this bill helps to improve the perception that military and military spouses have of the state of Kansas and our military installations. So I encourage you to support the bill.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2745, Representative Penn, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports that it report House Bill 2745 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Penn to report House Bill 2745 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2494. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2494, the chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Representative Thomas, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So House Bill 2494 will require school districts to adopt a cardiac emergency response plan based on a statewide standards developed by the Secretary of Health and Environment. This bill will ask the districts come up with this SERP report and get it approved through the state board. It will also set up, as amended out of committee, a grant fund so schools across the state are able to get grants and get AEDs in their schools. This is about the safety of our students. The number one killer of student athletes right now, we're discovering, is a cardiac event. It's becoming an issue, and we want to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect our kids inside school. I want to thank a lot of some of the folks that worked on this bill, KASB, the NEA, KSHA, USA of Kansas, the state board. There were many people that came to the table. The American Heart Association spearheaded this and brought this to us. And it was a team effort. There was a lot of meetings. There were a lot of conversations. We wanted to get this right because this is about protecting our kids from cardiac events and making sure they have all the right tools to be safe and protected. Because when these plans are in place, there's a 50% chance of survival compared to if they're not in place, a 50% greater chance of survival. So this is important. And so it was a lot of the testimony we heard in committee was very tough to listen to. We heard stories where there was an AED on hand and the student survived. We heard stories of when there wasn't one on hand, and we had to unfortunately listen to that story where a student did not survive. I believe this is a very serious issue. And I think it's time that we do what we can as legislators to protect our kids. So as I said, requires a cardiac emergency response plan, and it also gets a grant fund started so schools can start making sure they have AEDs on hand. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Discussion on House Bill 2494. The chair recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Did you want to explain your amendment?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Basically what the amendment does is it maintains the integrity and the intent of the bill, but it does make a few changes. The first change in the amendment is to substitute annual training in CPR to the language that says following the district created and KDHE approved cardiac emergency response plan. Why would we make that change? Because currently some districts follow a 2-year cycle for CPR training, according to the American Heart Association or the Red Cross, and some do 1 year. So that is allowing for individual districts with their individual plans approved by KDHE to make that determination. The second change of the amendment would allow for one person that might be in the building to be trained and certified in CPR, and rather than have one person required in every single activity in the building. So if you had, for example, chess club or science Olympiad or debate or forensics, in those instances, currently as written, or even tutoring, those teachers or sponsors would be required to be certified in this area. They would be required to be trained. With the changes in the bill, it does not preclude a school from making that requirement, but it allows them to have someone designated in the building that is known by the sponsor that can respond in the event of emergency. The concern was that there might be unintended consequences with requiring every single teacher potentially, or para, or sponsor to be certified in CPR, and that might be very difficult for many districts to achieve. I will note that most school districts have their coaches and PE teachers already CPR trained. That is certainly not the issue. We do want the AED machine devices accessible and ready. So really, it's just those two updates. And I will stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? All right, seeing none. Anybody that wishes to speak to the Williams amendment? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reviewed the amendment with the carrier of the amendment, and I stand in support of the amendment because once again, it still allows for local control in the school districts to add this to their plan. And so I would ask your support for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion in regards to the Williams amendment? Representative Oropeza.
Couple of questions on the amendment. Will the carrier of the amendment, please? So the question is, if we have one person who is required to have the training of the AED, and that one person is required to be on campus at all times, is that correct, for every activity?
One person needs to be in the building. There will be many more if there's an athletic, because all of the coaches are already CPR trained. It's really trying to catch those instances where you might have someone selling cookies at an elementary school, and that teacher may not be trained, but the principal is.
Okay, thank you. So I have a issue with this amendment in regards that we're narrowing down the scope where there's only one person available. When you're talking about time in a cardiac event, it's better to have more people readily available to where they're not running from either the basement up or from the top down, to ensure that the person who is ever having that cardiac event is getting the appropriate care and the AED is applied. When it comes to a child, this is a very nerve-wracking situation to be in for any adult, regardless if you're trained or not. And to only have one person who's able to do that while you have others that are standing around just looking, I don't believe to be a very good plan in place going forward, and would really question as to why we're just doing one person. Is not having more people trained not a good idea? I just have concerns in regards to that. And thank you very much. I will not be supporting the amendment.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Thomas. for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to clarify, the amendment is not saying you can only have one person. The amendment is saying there is at least one person on hand who is certified, and the district can then add to their CERP, their CERP, and they can have as many as they want. So if the district decides we want to have 3 people on hand at all times, 12 people on hand at all times, they're still welcome to do that. They can be more tighter with the policy. So I just want to be clear that the amendment is not saying you can only have one or you're only required to have one. What it's saying is someone has to be on hand and accessible. The district can decide they want as many as they want. So I just wanted to clarify that for the body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Estes.
I support this amendment, and I appreciate the point that was made in objection, but it might be helpful to know that right now there is no requirement. So this amendment actually improves the status quo.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does not restrict. It actually increases requirements. What it was trying to do and what it does accomplish is it allows that every activity, every singular activity doesn't require that individual sponsor that may be a volunteer or a teacher to be CPR certified. Think about it, CPR certification could take 2 to 9 hours, and though that is usually available to all teachers, it is not required in the state of Kansas. Only 5 states require all teachers to be certified or licensed. If that is something that Kansas wishes to do, Kansas certainly can. It is not that intent within this bill. This bill is protecting every single district from having over-regulation so that all of the activities that they may provide would require this. Instead, they just need to ensure that their schools are safe, that there is someone there in the event of an emergency that can step in, and that person is known to the sponsor. I think it's a great compromise and a great way to assist the schools to achieve this high standard, but also to maintain safety for our students. So with that, I close. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Christy Williams to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Amendment passes. We are back on the bill. For further discussion in regards to House Bill 2494, the chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those of us who have medical training have done, and emergency responders have done a lot of CPR in our lives. But I will tell you, as someone who has had a witness incident in a health club, it's a little different experience because it seems forever till that AED gets there. And I was involved in a health club incident where the AED shocked a patient 5 times after we had started CPR, and the life was saved. When I go into a room, a church, a school, a restaurant, I actually look around for where the AED is because I really want to know. And at the risk of getting gavelled, I'll tell you that we have an AED in this chamber right behind the gentleman from Winfield. There's one in the Senate chamber, there's one down in the Law Enforcement Center at the Visitor Center, and they have 5 more on order. So I'd encourage everyone to increase your awareness, and I highly support this bill.
The chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also support this bill. One of my younger constituents had a cardiac event while participating in an athletic event up here in Topeka, and she survived because there were some qualified people close by as well as an AED. That's not always been the case when they have traveled to other athletic events, especially on weekends. AEDs might not be easily located, and this bill sets the process so that the boards of education can set up a plan and have these accessible and get people trained on this. It's been brought up that coaches are trained, excuse me, on the use of AEDs, and that's true. In fact, KSHA requires that for coaches from grades 7 through 12 to be trained with on AEDs. So that's a value, but additional people, of course, need to be trained. And the Heart Association sets kind of a standard for access to AEDs to be within 3 minutes of wherever that event might occur. So it's something that's needed immediately or near immediately, and they need them fairly close by and accessible. So again, I support this bill, and thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also come stand in favor of this bill. This is, I might make one point that this not only protects our children, but it protects our faculty, our teachers, our staff in our schools, people who are visiting the schools, people who are attending our sporting events and other events. So this is a wide-ranging health improvement for anyone who interacts basically with our schools. And I want to thank the carrier of the bill and the chair for bringing together all of the appropriate stakeholders in this issue. He did a masterful job of getting all those people together. We had lengthy discussions about this, good discussions. It's an outstanding bill. It will save lives, and I hope that you will all vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of HB 2494. I know I told you you'd seen me for the last time, but I did want everyone to know that the State 911 Council, hopefully soon to be the State 911 Board, in coordination with first responders and a number of other organizations, is developing an online, hopefully mapped database that should be publicly accessible, and also a graphical system that would be accessible to first responders so that in an emergency, people will be able to know where the closest of one of these devices is. My best guess is that may be a year away, maybe 18 months, but we're making progress on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I think enough has been said about this, but I just had to comment that I was the benefactors of one of the recipients that didn't make it. And this bill is for Rocky, and I just want the public to know that. You know, this is not a perfect bill, but it's a darn good bill, and the amendment makes it even a better bill. And I appreciate the efforts of all the stakeholders coming together to try to keep Kansas kids safer. I think it will. There's a syndrome called Brugada syndrome. Well, I won't take you through that right now, but it's a syndrome we're finding that more and more young people have. And it's a syndrome that poor Rocky wasn't close enough to an AED at the time. And he was out at our track. And, you know, this bill could have made a difference in that situation. So I really appreciate all the efforts that have been made. It's very heartfelt. And I appreciate the amendment. I think we're going to be in a better place in the state because of it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Younger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the first time I've got to come up here and support something. So I'd like to thank our House Ed Chair, because this wasn't a simple bill when it started. There were a lot of moving pieces to it, and my concern was another expense to schools, another unfunded expense to schools. And he's taking care of that. And as one of the previous representatives said, it's not just for the students, it's for the students, for the staff, and the community. So I fully support this bill, and I appreciate the hard work that the chair put into this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 2494, Representative Thomas, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One point I did forget to mention was one of the teachers' concerns was liability. So we put protections in there for the teachers as well. So really, from top to bottom, this bill has had a lot of eyes on it. And I want to thank the committee for their patience on this bill. This bill actually started last summer and has been going on for a while, so a lot of work was put into it. And I think we got a good product here and a good start. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2494 favorably as amended.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Thomas to report House Bill 2494 as amended favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2453. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2453, the chair recognizes Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. I can't see. There's no amendments on the bill. All right. I'm here to present HB 2453. This was a bill from the Health and Human Services, and the purpose of this bill is enacting the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact to provide interstate practice privileges for dentists and dental hygienists. This bill facilitates the interstate practice of dentistry and dental hygiene services for Kansas. Basically, what this bill does is allows for folks in this field to be able to have an interstate compact, and any state that participates in the interstate compact is able to participate outside of the state of Kansas. This extended privileges eliminates the burdensome and duplicative requirements associated with securing a license in all these states. What it does is it really also improves access for virtual primary care options in this field, as well as for dentists and both hygienists as well. This also helps for military spouses when they are moving from state to state when coming and securing their paperwork for Kansas. Also, this is a bill that allows for folks who are going to other states to utilize Kansas's state law will trump other states in that case. We had lots of proponents on this bill, from the Association of Dental Organizations to the Oral Health of Kansas. We had Private Citizen. We also had the Department of Defense State Liaison Office also testify. We had no opponents. We also already passed in the House the Social Services Compact, which is very similar to this as well. This is allowing those folks in these professions to further use their license in other states. I also have a dentist in my district that ran this by as well, and he's pretty picky about a lot of things, and he doesn't sometimes like, he likes to have people who are for the little guys, and often feels like sometimes this is for the big guys, and with him being picky, he actually thought this was an okay bill. So I'll stand for any questions.
Discussion on House Bill 2453. The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good explanation from the carrier of the bill. I offer support for HB 2453. Just like all the other compacts that we've listened about, this bill increases access to qualified licensed and dental hygienists. This bill addresses workforce shortages while assuring protection for the public's health and safety. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2453, Representative Barth, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rises and reports. It reports HB 2453 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Barth to report House Bill 2453 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2777. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2777, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
He's up here now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Representative Turner, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concerns body cameras, interestingly. You know, they've grown in popularity as part of the uniform for different officials. So this bill deals with the fire marshal's office because currently when the fire marshal goes into an on-site inspection at a patient care facility, they're wearing body cameras which record the whole process. Of course, living in that facility are residents, and this invades their privacy and violates HIPAA laws. This bill would prohibit the state fire marshal from wearing or operating a body camera or other audio or video recording device during an on-site inspection in a patient care facility where individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities receive rehabilitation services. In committee, there were 7 representatives from hospital associations, Alzheimer's associations, and healthcare associations that were very strong proponents of this bill. In general, they said that they were surprised to learn that these body cameras were now being worn by the fire marshal's office and during their routine safety inspections, and that it was done without their knowledge or the consent, and that it was an infringement on the individual's right to privacy. And as I said earlier, it was also a HIPAA violation. There was no neutral testimony, and there's no fiscal impact. And with that, I am prepared to stand for questions.
Committee discussion in regards to House Bill 2777. The chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come before you because I support this bill. The issue on body cameras is very unique and involves a very particular issue, and at times protecting law enforcement officers. And yes, they do wear them and they are beneficial. But one of the issues in this particular situation is that the fire marshal's office is not in fact a full law enforcement agency as they have claimed. They make the statement that we are a law enforcement agency and are therefore entitled to wear body cams with our fire marshals. So we check on this, and one of the requirements to be a law enforcement officer is that you complete an 18-week law enforcement certification course at a prescribed KLET school. You meet all of those standards and have 40 hours of training of in-service. Clearly, the fire marshal has the ability to appoint authorized law enforcement personnel in their agency. But our fire marshals, law enforcement officers. So we checked with the Commission on Law Enforcement Standards and Training. And in fact, in the fire marshal's office, only arson investigators are considered law enforcement personnel and certified and complying with the training requirements. Fire marshals, who are employees of the fire marshal's office, receive a 2-week course. One of the issues on who is a law enforcement officer, and I just do want to I get this quote right: police officer, law enforcement officer, any officer appointed or elected. Such terms shall not include any full-time or part-time salaried officer or employee whose duties include the issuance of a citation or notice to appear, provided such officer or employee is not vested by law with the authority to make an arrest. So by legal definition, the fire marshal, an inspector, is a civilian employee who has authorization to write a citation if there is a fire violation or to a notice to appear. They do not fall under that classification claimed by the fire marshal's office. I do have an amendment to this bill. I would submit that at this time.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read. There's the clerk.
On page 1 in line 9, by striking patient and inserting licensed, in line 17, by striking patient and inserting licensed. Also in line 17, after A, by inserting childcare facilities defined in KSA 65-503. Amendments are to A in line 26, by striking patient and inserting licensed. Also on page 1 in the title in line 1, by striking patient and inserting licensed. In line 4, by striking patient and inserting licensed.
Representative Johnson, did you want to further explain your amendment?
Yes, I do. Excuse me. The issue of changing the term from patient to licensed is one that was discussed, checked with the revisor as a more apt or appropriate legal term. The introduction to include licensed child care comes about as a recent announcement by the Fire Marshal's Office that they will now conduct all inspections of child care facilities. They're taking over from local agencies that have done those in the past, and they're going to handle them with their staff of fire marshals. And in doing so, they sent out a publication to all of the daycares, including the one that I help assist and monitor, that told the daycares they could not stop them from coming in with body cameras. The issue, of course, is that is a private place. They're pretending to come into a church which operates a daycare and has privacy restrictions for those children, just as they are in schools. And so as they made that determination to do that on all child care facilities, we felt it was important to protect their legal rights to privacy. Now, we know that exigent circumstances, an emergency, warrant a law enforcement officer to come in. He's wearing a body camera to utilize that. That's not the same as a fire marshal coming in on a scheduled examination. Clearly, they're not authorized to make an arrest. Clearly, the people in these nursing homes or other places or these little children are going to be posing a threat that we need to have body armor and body cameras, etc. So, we place that into the amendment so that they also have those same protections. So with that, I would stand for questions on the amendment.
Discussion on the Johnson amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Johnson, for bringing the amendment. This is a good amendment and one that we view as friendly. The same things that I had said specific to the elders also applies to the child care facilities. And so, again, these aren't criminal investigations. They're just routine inspections that don't need that level of recording. So thank you. I would urge you to support this.
Any further discussion in regards to the Johnson amendment? See no further discussion. Representative Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, sir. I would close on my amendment.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion made by Representative Johnson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, motion passes. We're back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one comment as we talk about the bill as a whole. From the Fire Marshal's own brochure, it says on child care, it is the facility's responsibility to abide by privacy laws on behalf of their occupants. Now, we ask that the Fire Marshal's office be held accountable for the same thing. Thank you.
Any further discussion in regards to House Bill 2777? Seeing none, Representative Turner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2777 as amended, favorable for passage.
Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Turner to report House Bill 2777 as amended favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2669, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2669, the chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue, Representative Bueller.
Thank you. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2669. House Bill 2669 would create the Mental Health Intervention Team Program Act, or the MHIT Program Act, by making changes by making changes to the program that has operated in proviso from year to year to make MHIT an ongoing program. The MHIT program was originally created by Legislature in 2018 by proviso with an intent to address challenges that schools were experiencing through increases in students and families with mental health needs and to eliminate barriers in accessing services. The proviso authorized school districts to enter into agreements with local community mental health centers, or the CMHCs, and further provided funding for a database for students referred to the program to track outcomes. Think of this program as a triad, and it's between behavioral liaisons employed by the school districts, clinical therapists and case managers who deliver services to students, and the CMHCs who work with the liaisons, teachers, and administrators working to improve and resolve mental health issues in our schools. So I want to say this, the MHIT program is voluntary. There's nothing mandatory about this. And since 2018, the MHIT program has grown from serving 9 participating school districts and roughly 1,708 students to 90 school districts and 5,700 students halfway through this current school year. So under House Bill 2669, the program would be moved from the Kansas State Department of Education to KDADS and would require KDADS to hire a program manager and the necessary staff to supplement, to oversee, coordinate, and fund the program. The bill would also increase the amount of Community Mental Health Center, or the CMHC, pass-through from 33 to 50%. The bill would require reports submitted to the legislatures to be submitted semi-annually and annually, and that would be on the program data and outcomes. The bill would also create the MHIT program fund. So during the committee hearing a few weeks ago, there were 22 proponents of House Bill 2669, either in person or written, and there was 1 opponent testimony for this bill. The Department of Children and Families and the Kansas State Department of Education, indicated that the enactment of House Bill 2669 would have no fiscal effect on their respective agencies, and any fiscal effect associated with House Bill 2669 is not reflected in the FY 2025 governor's budget. There were 2 committee amendments. I'd like to talk about those a little bit. The first amendment places the designation of federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, in statute so that they can also provide the MHIT services. And it also allows other providers, as designated by KDADS, to provide MHIT services. The second amendment was much more or less detailed than that. It simply defines that the services must be provided and accessible on a 24/7 basis. With that, I will stand for questions.
Discussion on House Bill 2669. The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a really good job of explaining this bill. If you have not had the time to look into the MHIT program, it is worth your time. This program has, as the carrier spoke about, that it's been in existence since 2018, started out as a pilot, and it has grown tremendously. And there's so many beautiful things about this program. It addresses mental health. It provides a liaison from the school to mental health services. And it's really much more than that, because the kids get the services within the school. You don't have parents who are having to miss work to take their child to see a therapist. It is all being handled within the school. We are seeing success, lots of success with kids staying in school, not dropping out, not losing days of school. They're staying in school. They are seeing that school is much more attractive to them. But another thing that we don't talk enough about is for kids who are having a mental health crisis, sometimes all they need is one adult that will support them, that will show them that they are supportive of them, that they will care for them, they will listen to them, and that'll keep a kid going. And we know that the suicide rate is high for our kids, especially in high school. So this is a great program, and we want to continue to be able to have the funding that is necessary for this program. This bill will do that. I strongly urge your support for HB 2669. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2669, Representative Bueller, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2669 favorably for passage as amended.
Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Bueller to report House Bill 2669 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2628. And for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2628, the chair recognizes Representative Pickert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments. House Bill 2628 comes from the Child Welfare Foster Care Committee and was requested by the Department of Children and Families. The intent of this bill is to modify the law governing access to confidential information regarding the death of a child alleged or adjudicated in need of care, if there are criminal charges filed with a court alleging that a person caused the child fatality. The current statute requires DCF to complete its investigation and make a finding of abuse or neglect before any information may be released about the child fatality. According to the Secretary of DCF, there may be delays in the ability of DCF to make a finding or abuse or neglect. Most commonly, DCF might have paused its work during the course of a law enforcement investigation. HB 2628 would require the Secretary of DCF to release information in response to a Kansas Open Records Act request within 7 business days of receipt of the request if criminal charges are filed against a person that allegedly caused the child's death. In some cases, this will allow DCF to release information sooner, and in all cases will ensure DCF and the criminal justice system are aligned and able to release publicly relevant information in these situations that are consistent and in a timely manner. Required information to be shared about the child includes the age and sex of the child, date of the fatality, a summary of previous reports and findings of abuse or neglect involving the child, and services provided to the child as recommended by DCF. The Secretary of DCF was the only proponent, and there were no neutral or opponent testimonies. There's no fiscal impact with this bill either. Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
Discussion on House Bill 2628, and the chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the carrier of the bill for the fine explanation. I support 2628, and if you support transparency in our child welfare system in the state of Kansas, I hope you do too. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2628, Representative Pickert, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2628 favorably for passage.
Committee, you've heard the motion by Representative Pickert to report House Bill 2628 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2787. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2787, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2787. Were no amendments, correct?
Correct.
Good.
Just proceed in describing the bill.
It was such a perfect bill. 2787 amends statutes for the Kansas Insurance Guarantee Association. And that's with model policy from the NAIC, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which Kansas is a member. And when they come out with model policies, most of the states usually adopt them fairly easily. This bill adds guarantee coverage. The Guarantee Association is there for when your insurance policy, your insurance company goes out of business and fails, and it's there to help pay claims in the event that they're not there. This bill adds coverage in the case that your policy is transferred from one company to another for some reason, and your second company goes out of business. It adds coverage for that. It also adds in coverage $300,000 for cybersecurity if your underlying policy had it. Previously, we didn't cover that in our Guarantee Association. It also adds yet another cost savings measure from our insurance commissioner. It allows the insurance commissioner to determine the number of board members on the KIGA board. Currently, it's 9. She may reduce that to 7 if she would like to. That's what this bill does, and I'll stand for questions. Thanks.
Discussion in regards to House Bill 2787, and the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job. This does create or give new definition within the board from the Kansas Insurance Guarantee Association, and also talks about the board members as the previous carrier stated, and the number of board members, and a definition on their directors. With that, I would ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when House rises and reports, it reports HB 2787 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to report House Bill 2787 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion passes. Committee, the last item of business that we have this afternoon is House Bill 2607. And for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2607, the chair recognizes Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Representative Mosier, you may continue.
Thank you. I'm not a big dandelion fan. From the moment I see the first yellow blossom in my yard in the spring, I am on a mission to get rid of them. Digging and spraying are my favorite methods of choice. Now, while you can go buy Roundup or Weed Be Gone at your local hardware store, there are restricted use pesticides in the agricultural realm that require very serious oversight. HB 2607 is an overall update of the Kansas Pesticide Act, revising and submitting plans to certify those who apply restricted use pesticides, and then also conforming to the 2017 standards that EPA has sent down. This was a big lift for the Agriculture Committee, as we worked on the bill for 3 weeks from the time it was heard until it passed out. There was genuine cooperation between industry, the Department of Agriculture, and invested committee members who wanted to as we worked diligently to craft this legislation so that it would not only be compliant with EPA directives, but it would also assure that Kansas can retain its regulatory primacy over restricted use pesticides. Updates to the Pesticide Act include currently civil penalty authority by the KDA is only over pesticide businesses. And with this new bill, it will now extend over any person or entity that violates the Pesticide Act. Certification requirements will be enhanced. Private applicators' licenses are good for 5 years. Commercial applicators are 3 years. Record keeping, both for training and the pesticide applicator license records that they must keep when they apply pesticides, will be updated. And I'm going to step back a second. As far as the enhancing the certification requirements, that will include attendance and satisfactory completion of a hands-on training course. There's a couple new categories that are listed, and Kansas added them to this update. Licensing and certification for predator control, the use of sodium cyanide for coyotes and gophers, and also aerial pest control. These are two separate entities that will require new licensing and new certification, whatever that word is. The collaborative amendments that the committee came up with after visiting with KDA and with industry are the following. We returned the bartering language to the bill. Not every farmer in Kansas has a spray rig. And so what we do is we trade work. I'll spray your 40 acres on that back part of the section if you'll come and help me combine X number of acres this fall. It's what we do in agriculture. And that had been taken out, but we put it back in. Also, in addition to liability insurance to cover damages, the words surety bonds were put back into the bill to encompass proof of financial responsibility in the event that there are damages. And obviously, if there's a huge problem, a huge issue with drift, and an entire field is demolished, that will end up probably in civil court. We also lowered the civil penalty caps to $500 per violation with a maximum of $2,500. We also added language to state that the Department of Agriculture will do the initial training of anyone that wants to become a certified applicator. Subsequent training can be done by Farm Bureau, Kansas Ag Retailers Association, or the Extension Office, and then filed. We also added language that said if an uncertified applicator is directly supervised by a relative or a family member and that they're applying restricted use pesticides on their land or land that they rent for producing agricultural commodities, that individual has to be at least 17 years of age. And the person, obviously, that's supervising them is a certified applicator as well. So this bill, I believe, is Kansas's good faith effort to implement EPA directives so that we can continue regulatory primacy over restricted use pesticides. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
For discussion in regards to House Bill 2607, the chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you did save the very best for last. What a beautiful presentation of the bill. Thank you, Representative Mosier. I stand in support of this bill. I don't have anything in my notes that she didn't cover. And we have seen problems with unqualified people using spray. In fact, I know some in my neighborhood, and I've lost a few shrubs, but it gets to be very severe. So I believe this is a really good product, and thank you. I appreciate your support.
The chair recognizes Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support for this bill. It's a very good bill. It's got a lot of good things in it, and it's going to be very helpful in a lot of ways. I will admit, a private applicator of restricted use pesticides, have been for over 10 years. I'm also have had the privilege of being a resident of this state for more than 7 decades, and that's given me some perspective that a lot of you haven't obtained yet. And in that time, I've seen the great expansion of the use of pesticides in food production and other applications as well. And I've also seen and the benefits from that. Kansas has been more than helpful in providing food for the 8 billion people on this planet, and that's something we should be proud of and continue in the future. We've also had some mistakes made with these pesticides, and they can cause harm. And so we need to have good policy in place. That's one of our responsibilities, to make public policy so that we have adequate guardrails in place to protect not only the production of food, but the food safety, also property and neighboring properties, and the environment. We have some responsibility to make sure that it's protected with this as well. This bill does those things, and there's no reason for me to give you a long detail about that. It does affect me. It makes it some more work and effort to keep my certification to apply restricted use pesticides, and I gladly accept that, and I think that that's good. It's good for production of food. It's good for food safety. It's good for protection of property. It's good for the environment. And so I stand in favor of this bill, and I encourage you to support it also. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You all may not know this about me. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anything about pesticides. But I was inspired to come up here. I'm glad that we can all come together in an election year to make sure that we're compliant with Joseph Robinette Biden's EPA and ad astra per aspera. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion in regards to House Bill 2607, Representative Mosier, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I wish to thank the 3 entities that collaborated on this legislation: industry, including farmers, ag retailers, co-ops, and other farm organizations, the Kansas Department of Agriculture, and our committee. And now I was expecting to be doing this bill well after dark. So I'm just going to say this. And now, as the dandelion blossoms are still sleeping, it's time for us to finish up the debates, to vote, to go home and do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports HB 2607 out favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Mosier to report House Bill 2607 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders for today. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Motion passed.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends that House Bills 2754, 2605, 2623, 2453, 2628, and 2787 be passed. House Bills 2755, 2784, 2745, 2494, 2777, 2669, and 2607 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We're going to stand at easy for a couple minutes while the clerks load the bills into the emergency final action system. The speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Just be ready. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared and House Bill 2590, House Bill 2101, House Bill 2560, House Bill 2711, House Bill 2601, House Bill 2385, House Bill 2741, House Bill 2645, House Bill 2646, House Bill 2703, House Bill 2783, House Bill 2663, House Bill 2715, House Bill 2606, House Bill 2754, House Bill 2755, House Bill 2605, House Bill 2784, House Bill 2623, House Bill 2745, House Bill 2494, House Bill 2453, House Bill 2777, House Bill 2669, House Bill 2628, House Bill 2787, House Bill 2607 be advanced to the order of business. Final action.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2590 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications, an act concerning pipeline safety relating to the State Corporation Commission State Pipeline Safety Program violations, updating the maximum penalties that may be imposed by the Commission to comply with requirements of the Federal Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2590. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2590, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2101 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning real estate transactions, regulating contract for deed transactions, making certain deceptive actions violations of the Consumer Protection Act.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2101. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2101, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2560 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning financial institutions relating to the state banking code, providing when an application is considered abandoned or expired, allowing an originating trustee to have such trustee's principal place of business outside of Kansas.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2560. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Or does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2560, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2711 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Pensions, an act concerning retirement and pensions relating to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System and systems thereunder, employment after retirement, increasing the amount of retirement compensation subject to the statutory employer contribution rate, providing an exemption for retirants employed by a community developmental disability organization and a licensed professional nurse, licensed practical nurse, or direct support position, increasing the earnings limit for members of the Kansas Police and Firemen's Retirement System.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2711. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 117 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2711, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2601 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning driving relating to driving under the influence, requiring certain persons on a third or subsequent conviction thereof to participate in a multiple disciplinary model of services for substance and use disorders.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2601. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Tarwater votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2601, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2385 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. An act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to presumptions, modifying the rules of evidence to provide rules for presumptions and inferences, replacing the rebuttable presumption of intent to distribute controlled substances with a permissive inference.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2385. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wassinger votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2385, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2741 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. An act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to supervision of offenders, updating the terms of supervision for offenders on probation and post-release supervision.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2741. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 voting in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2741, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2645 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning post-secondary education relating to the Nursing Service Scholarship Program, removing limits on the amount of scholarship awards and the number of scholarships, removing the requirement to obtain a sponsor, modifying the terms and conditions for interest accrual on repayment obligations, abolishing the Nursing Service Scholarship Review Committee.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2645. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Landwehr votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2645, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2646 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning post-secondary education relating to the Kansas Heroes Scholarship Act, modifying the financial limitations of the award of the scholarships under the act, expanding the eligibility requirements for a scholarship.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2646. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2646, the same having received a same constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2703 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning school districts relating to at-risk programs and services, including placement in the custody of the Secretary for Children and Family as a criteria for eligibility for such programs and services.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2703. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2703, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2783 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning motor vehicles prohibiting any state agency, city, or county from regulating or restricting the use and sale of motor vehicles based on the energy source used, allowing the state agency, city, or county to establish motor vehicle purchase policies for such state agency, city, or county.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2783. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Weigel votes aye. Representative Dennis Miller votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Representative Stogsdill votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 89 having voted in favor and 30 against the passage of House Bill 2783, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2663 by the Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to title insurance, allowing title insurance agents to submit escrow, settlement, and closing funds through certain real-time or instant payment systems.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2663. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Landwehr votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2663, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2715 by the Committee on Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to the powers, duties, and responsibilities of the Commissioner of Insurance, authorizing the Commissioner of Insurance to set the amount of certain fees, requiring the publication of such fees in the Kansas Register.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2715. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2715, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2606 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning seizure and forfeiture of property relating to the Kansas Standard Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act, specifying that certain drug offenses do not give rise to forfeiture under the act, requiring courts to make a finding that forfeiture is not excessive, restricting actions prior to commencement of forfeiture proceedings, requiring probable cause, affidavit filing, and review to commence forfeiture proceedings, increasing the burden of proof required to forfeit property to clear and convincing evidence, authorizing courts to order payment of attorney fees and costs for certain claimants.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2606. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes the minority leader, Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to House Bill 2606 being a good bill, this vote gives me a rare opportunity to enhance my AFP score. I vote aye on House Bill 2606.
Congratulations, Representative. All right, are there any other explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2606, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2754 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning counties relating to public health, authorizing counties to exempt from the requirement to perform school safety inspections.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2754. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 114 having voted in favor and 5 against the passage of House Bill 2754, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2755 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning appearance bonds relating to release prior to trial, required compensating sureties who post bonds in municipal court to comply with certain requirements, requiring a minimum bond premium in district court, providing reasons for suspending or terminating the authorization of a compensated surety.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2755. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 69 having voted in favor and 49 against the passage of House Bill 2755, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2605 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Board of Indigent Defense Services relating to appointed counsel, increasing the maximum rate paid to appointed counsel.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2605. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 107 having voted in favor and 12 against the passage of 2605, House Bill 2605, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2784 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning adult care homes relating to continuing care retirement communities, transferring authority for certification of such facilities from the Kansas Insurance Department to the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2784. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Waymaster votes aye. Representative Ellis votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2784, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2623 by the Committee on Veterans and Military, an act concerning veterans and military, updating the Veterans Claims Assistance Program to include references to Veterans Affairs medical centers and cross-accreditation requirements.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2623. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Lewis votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2623, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2745 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development. An act concerning occupational licensing relating to occupational licensing, certification, and registration fees, providing that military spouses of active military service members shall be exempted from all such fees.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2745. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Landwehr votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2745, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2494 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning school districts related to emergency response policies, establishing requirements for cardiac emergency response plans, creating the School Cardiac Emergency Response Grant Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2494. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Will Carpenter votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 117 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2494, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2453 by Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning health and healthcare relating to dentists and dental hygienists, enacting the Dentist and Dental Hygienist Compact to provide interstate practice privileges for dentists and dental hygienists.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2453. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2453, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2777 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning health and healthcare relating to patient care facilities, prohibiting the state fire marshal and the marshal's representatives from wearing or operating a body camera during an on-site inspection at a patient care facility.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2777. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carmichael votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 108 having voted in favor and 11 against the passage of House Bill 2777, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
House Bill 2669 by Committee on Health and Human Services. An act concerning behavioral health relating to the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, codifying the mental health intervention team program in state statute, requiring the department to oversee implementation of the program, establishing structures for partnership between mental health intervention team providers and school districts, providing for coordination of mental health services to students.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2669. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation of vote, the speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr.
This bill today is for the students who suffered during the pandemic because of school closures or illness to themselves or family members. For students who suffered silently as a result of bullying, either in the hallways or on social media. For students who have experienced abuse or neglect at the hands of their family or others. I vote yes on a sustainable, long-term, proven program that has saved lives and will save more lives. I vote yes on House Bill 2669.
Any other explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 101 having voted in favor and 18 against the passage of House Bill 2669, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2628 by the Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care. An act concerning children and minors relating to child fatality records, requiring the Secretary for Children and Families to release certain information related to a child fatality when criminal charges are filed with a court alleging that a person caused such fatality.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2628. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2628, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2787 by the Committee on Insurance. An act concerning property and casualty insurance relating to the Kansas Insurance Guarantee Association Act, updating certain definitions, terms, and conditions thereto, establishing continuity of guarantee fund coverage when a policy is transferred from one insurer to another and a guarantee fund coverage is related to cybersecurity insurance, authorizing the Commissioner of Insurance to reduce the number of members of the association's Board of Directors.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2787. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2787, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
House Bill 2607 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. An act concerning agriculture relating to the Kansas Department of Agriculture, the Kansas Pesticide Law, and the Kansas Fumigation Safety Law.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2607. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her, members will be in their seats? Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2607, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Now you may get up. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 338, 339, 340, 345, 356, 362, 398, 405, 433, 462, 467, and 473. Announcing passage of House Bill 2105 as amended. Announcing passage of House Bill 2247 as amended by Senate substitute for House Bill 2247. Senate Bill 338 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance. An act concerning insurance relating to group-funded liability and group-funded workers' compensation pools, changing certain reporting requirements. Senate Bill 339 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance. An act concerning insurance relating to risk-based capital requirements, updating the version of instructions in effect. Senate Bill 340 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance. An act concerning insurance relating to insurance laws and enforcement thereof, removing automobile club from the definition of person. Senate Bill 345 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning financial institutions, enacting the Commercial Financing Disclosure Act, requiring the disclosure of certain commercial financing product transaction information, providing for civil penalties, authorizing the enforcement of such act by the Attorney General. Senate Bill 356 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to examinations, requiring that the insurance examiner per diem amounts of expenses outside consulting and data processing fees and pro rata funding for examination equipment and software be reasonable, establishing a tiered fee structure for examinations of insurance companies and societies based on gross premiums. Senate Bill 362 by the Committee on Local Government, an act repealing KSA 19-26120 relating to the expiration of the Sedgwick County Urban Area Nuisance Abatement Act. Senate Bill 398 by Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to the powers, duties, and responsibilities of the Commissioner of Insurance, authorizing the Commissioner of Insurance to set the amount of certain fees, requiring the publication of such fees in the Kansas Register. Senate Bill 405 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning the Kansas Uniform Securities Act relating to violations thereof, holding a controlled person liable for the violations committed by an individual subject to discipline under the act, unless the control person was unaware and could not have reasonably have known of the violations of such individual. Senate Bill 433 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and health care relating to institutional licenses, clarifying practice privileges. Senate Bill 462 by the Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor carriers relating to the Kansas Uniform Commercial Driver's License Act, authorizing the Director of Vehicles to waive the knowledge and skills test for driving a commercial vehicle for an applicant that provides evidence that such applicant qualifies for the military even exchange program for a commercial driver's license. Senate Bill 467 by the Committee on Commerce, an act concerning economic development relating to tourism, increasing the membership of the Council on Travel and Tourism appointed by the Governor and updating the House Committee assignment required for House members from the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources to the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, reducing the required allocation of funds from the Department of Commerce's matching grant fund for the promotion of tourism to public and nonprofit entities, and removing the restriction on the percentage of such funds granted to a single entity. Senate Bill 473 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to the Kansas Code of Criminal Procedure, authorizing a notice to appear that meets certain requirements to serve as a lawful complaint. Announcing adoption of SCR 1619, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment of the Senate and the House of Representatives for a period of time during the 2024 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn at the close of business of the daily session convened on February 23rd, 2024, and shall reconvene on February 28th, 2024. And be it further resolved that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives and the Secretary of the Senate and employees specified by the Director of Legislative Administrative Services for such purpose shall tend to their duties each day during the periods of adjournment, Sundays excepted, for the purpose of receiving messages from the Governor and conducting such other business as may be required. And be it further resolved that members of the legislature shall not receive the per diem compensation and assistance allowances provided in KSA 46-137AA and B, and amendments thereto for any day within a period in which both houses of the legislature adjourn for more than 2 days, Sundays accepted. And be it further resolved that members of the legislature attending a legislative meeting of whatever nature and authorized pursuant to law or by the Legislative Coordinating Council, the President of the Senate or the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and members of a conference committee attending a meeting of the conference committee authorized by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives during any period of adjournment for which members are not authorized compensation and allowances pursuant to KSA 46-137A and amendments thereto, shall receive compensation and travel expenses and subsistence expenses or allowance as provided in KSA 75-3212 and amendments thereto.
On SCR 1619, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we adopt the adoption of the adjournment resolution, SCR 1619.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes the Minority Leader, Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is mostly for my friends over here, but this will be effectively the last day that we have our Chief of Staff, R.J. Wilson, serving the state of Kansas. I hope that his work with the Speaker and the Speaker's staff demonstrates that he may work for the Minority Leader. He serves all the citizens of Kansas.
Speaker recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is going to be your first reminder. The 39th Annual Shrimp Peel is coming Monday, April 1st at the Ag Hall at the Expo Center. So begin thinking about an auction item. We raised over $25,000 last year. We kicked the Senate's tail. So keep that in mind and start thinking of your auction item. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Attention commerce fans. We will be working Wednesday when we get back, and we will be final action on SB 430. That is the workers' compensation bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. So we're out early. Be safe getting home. Enjoy your weekend. Look forward to seeing you guys on Wednesday. The plan is that Wednesday will be pro forma in here, but committees will still continue to meet. So, all right, here we go. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Friday, February 23rd at 8:30 a.m. pro forma.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.